Yes, hello, welcome back to Boulevard World here in Riyadh. I've got to tell you, this place is absolutely incredible. A moment ago, we just sailed through China. We've sailed through the side of Greece. I'm pretty sure I saw Jordan. Italy's over there knocking about as well. And we are sailing towards Saturday night, the big one. Oleksandr Usyk and Tyson Fury do it all over again. This is the fight week. This is all about the workouts tonight. So they're going to get in the ring, throw a few shots here and there, try and trick each other. You don't know what to expect. Last night at the Grand Arrivals, Oleksandr Usyk was spying on Tyson Fury out of an aeroplane. What on earth is he going to do tonight? I don't know. I'm sure you don't know, but we've got to find out. And at the end, 5 live fights coming up for you, for your viewing pleasure at the end of the workouts. It's all building up towards one big crescendo. Saturday night, Usyk Fury 2.
Well, we have with one opinion, and when you landed, your opinion has changed. No. What's going to happen on Saturday? What's going on?
You know what? I must have watched the fight about 15, 16 times over and over again. I came here on Monday morning, I thought Usyk all the way through. Usyk and Fury came in, we did an interview them both. The Fury that turned up, I like him. He should have turned in the first place. Now, there's a responsibility that comes with being a champion. Now, I understand Fury has been that good. He's been able to play the fool to catch the wise. He's been able to play the clown or play the villain, but still outfox most everybody's box. He did it with the wrong person in Usyk, and it was lost in translation. He wasn't sucking in. So therefore, now he's got to depend on pure skill and ability, which he has, which I think he's neglected up to this point. Now, the Fury that I saw yesterday, what I heard, if it's not a hustle, which I don't think it is a hustle, because he's hurt, he's in Paris. The things that he said about the jumped up cat tooth middleweight never beating me, and all the abuse he gave him, the sausage, whatever he called him, you're going to look stupid, you're going to have egg on your face. The couple of things he said, number one, he said, I've not spoken to my wife for 3 months. You know, I've taken myself away, I've not been on social media. He said, and I don't want to have egg on my face again. I know it hurt his pride. I know it made him feel less of the man he says he is. And he's put heart and soul on this. Now, the final sign will be when those two face each other at the weigh-in, if they don't bump into each other today. I want to see what his body language is like, how he is, how he acts. If he wants to play the clown and try and get in his place and entertain us a lot, I think, oh no, there he is again. I don't think he will. I believe he's going to come in around the 20-stone mark, probably just under. I believe that he's done everything right, which he should have done in the first place, to get this job done. That's what I believe. But I might change my mind by Friday.
Yeah, we'll ask you again tomorrow, a day after that, I'm sure. Andy, has your mind kept changing? Where are you with it all? What are you thinking?
It's very, very difficult to call because it was a very good fight, the first fight, but there wasn't that much in it. I thought the right person got it. So a clear enough winner for me in a very close fight. I do like the Fury that we're seeing this week.
Yeah.
He's got an edge to him. He's different to how he was in May. And I think the reason for that probably is that he goes away from the first fight and thinks to himself, if I'm going to beat this guy, I need to bring absolutely everything that I've got. And he maybe hadn't needed to do that against Dillian Whyte, greatest of respect, or against Derek Chisora. He definitely didn't feel he needed to do it against Francis Ngannou because he didn't train properly for that fight. No matter what he says, he didn't. It would have worked hard, I think, for Fury Wilder 3, but maybe there'd just been a little while before he'd had that knot of fear in him that really drives you. And he just ever so slightly underprepared for the person he had to face.
You've got the best two heavyweights in the world.
Yeah.
Technically, best two technical heavyweights in the world. Both fighters have to bring their A game. Usyk did. I don't believe Tyson Fury did. And sometimes if you're that used to being on top and nobody's telling you how it is and you're not having a reality check, you become complacent, just like Fury did. I think that has hurt him. There's a responsibility that comes with being a champion, and it means you can play the game until the bell goes, and you've got to act like a champion, walk like a champion, talk like a champion, and fight like one. And even though he showed the champion's heart, he's sticking in there when he was tagging her, he didn't show a champion's attitude. He was pulling his tongue out, playing the fool to catch wise, in the wrong place with the wrong person in the ring. So now you've got two guys. I think this fight will actually be better than the first fight. The reason why is because both fighters know I've got to bring my A game, and I think this fight will be so exciting.
Oh, I agree with you. Listen, Johnny, one of the key stories this week has been about Tyson Fury coming out and saying, I've not spoken to Paris, not one word in 3 months. Now, from a fighter's perspective, when you go to your camps, would you ever go that long without engaging with your family, your loved ones?
I don't believe that, otherwise he's in big trouble after the fight from his wife. But I do believe he's distanced himself from being a husband, being a father. And you do that because you want to upset, you want to be angry, you want to be edgy, you want to have a bit of attitude about you.
I just want to pause you there, because Paris did come out and say, she's put out on her story, I've not spoken to him for 3 months.
And if that is the truth, that's even better. Marvin Hagler, no matter how much money he made in his career, every time he had to fight, he took himself to a dirty little bedsit in Boston. He took all the wealth that he had, all the success he had, he took himself away from that because he needed to think like a gutter rat. That means it meant he needed to fight like a gutter rat. That is in a way what Tyson Fury is doing, because you need to have a chip on your shoulder. You need to fight hungry. And if you fight hungry, then you're a dangerous man. At this level, you've got the best two fighters in the world. He probably needed to do that to bring himself back down to ground. Back down to basics.
It's that old cliche, as you've told me many times, Andy. A lot of it just goes back to something that's happened in one of the Rocky films. Is this Tyson Fury getting the eye of the tiger back? Is that what's going on? What do you think?
Yeah, I love the Rocky analogy because there are so many that serve a purpose, and that absolutely is the case here. Because somebody said to me once, somebody who works in sport, that elite level athletes basically survive on a diet of praise or humiliation. Praised when you win, humiliated if you lose. And when they're humiliated, they like to sit in it and breathe it in and drink it in and almost hurt until they can get their own back.
I tell you what was humiliating. When Tyson Fury signed the picture from Oleksandr Usyk of him getting hit, and he thought, why did I do that? That was humiliating.
Well, let's head over to RMC as we begin tonight's open workout. Over to Thomas Driver.
Fury 2, a great night of World Championship boxing to be held this Saturday from the Kingdom Arena in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey Al-Sheikh. This great event is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Bob Arum for Top Rank Incorporated, and Sella, in association with Eddie Hearn's Matchroom Boxing and Gold Star Promotions, along with their great sponsors: Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Numu Raba Development Company, Tawuniya, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. A big thanks to those great sponsors. This event will be shown worldwide and in the UK on DAZN, and also in the UK on TNT Sports Box Office and Sky Sports Box Office. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived. Let's now get the public media workouts started. Our first two fighters will be competing this Saturday in a scheduled 6-round international super featherweight contest. First, we will welcome, coming to us from Cúcuta, Colombia. He is a veteran of 46 professional bouts. Let's welcome Joshua Ocampo.
Well, here comes Joshua Ocampo in action on Saturday night, taking on Hameed Alakal. Joshua Ocampo, really very much an away fighter, and it's not very often that circuit fighters, journeymen, if you will, are given this level of love, Andy. He's getting his own entrance at a workout. He got off a plane yesterday. It's quite something.
It is, and he was great at the arrivals yesterday because he just gave off all of that enthusiasm, didn't he? He talked about how you don't get these kinds of opportunities if you apply your training the way that he does, and how excited he is to be here. And you can see it now because the boxing world, in a lot of ways, is only able to tick because of fighters like this. And we said it yesterday, even cards like these, the ones that Turkel Sheikh are putting on, they need fighters like Ocampo. They need opponents in the away corner. Most of the matches are 50-50, but not every single one. So it really makes me smile to see someone like him get a chance like this and just enjoy it so much.
And what was impressive yesterday at the grand arrivals, when he was interviewed, he gave answers in Spanish and then translated himself and gave answers in English. He's quite the man.
You've got to look at every fighter that comes on this field. This is their mecca. This is their moment, because they think this is the place to be. I want everybody to see me. I want it to be about me. I want to be a headliner. I want to wear the big bucks. And so no matter what, if you've been given an opportunity to step in at late notice or whatever, you are going to give it. You are going to bring your best. Does that look like a man that's come to make the numbers up? I don't think so. Does he talk like one? Is he working out a little workout like one? No. So I think every fighter you see will have this hunger, this attitude, this approach.
This is only fight number 2 for young Hameed Alakal, trained by Joe Gallagher. I wonder if Joe Gallagher's somewhere having a look at this, thinking, what have we done here?
I rate Joe Gallagher. I rate Joe Gallagher's passion. I rate his attitude. And I understand Joe Gallagher, he'll struggle to tell a fib when he believes his fight is in a tough fight. But he also knows, being a fighter, because he works here a lot in the Tyson gym, he knows they want excellence. They don't do no pushovers. There's no gimmicks. There are no gimmicks. So therefore, Joe Gallagher, he knows his fighter has to be on point.
Thank you very much to Joshua Ocampo.
He can ask some questions of Hameed Alakal, this guy. Trust me, he can. He knows what he's doing.
He also looks like he doesn't really want to get out of the ring. He's loving it, Joshua Ocampo in there.
In the office and back of my house like trophies. These all think I would let my dough freeze. Please, you better bow down on both knees. Who you think taught you trees? Who you think brought you the ODs? Easy E's, Ice Cubes, and DOCs. This good deal don't.
And now let's welcome, undefeated with 1 victory and hailing from right here, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Hameed Alakal.
Well, how good is it to hear from right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia? He is born and bred. He is representing on the highest stage possible. Fight number 2, he had his debut on the Better BF Bivol show. Did very well that night, looked very composed. And now the journey continues for young Hameed Alakal.
It does. I thought he was good on debut. He's an interesting kind of lad as well, because he's quite scatty. And Joe will tell you, Joe Gallagher, if you talk to him, that when he's in the gym, he's locked in, but a lot of the time he has to remind him to do the kind of basics when it comes to day-to-day living. But preparations for him for this would have been quite interesting, because Joe Gallagher had Lawrence Okoli on the Queensbury show, and then he had Natasha Jonas, who we saw last Saturday, so he will have taken a back seat to those two. That's just inevitable when you're in a gym with reasonably sized stable and some big name fighters. And that's just how it'll be for him early in his career.
Joe Gallagher is such an underrated coach, trainer, motivated for his fighters. He's revived Champs Camp. He's got 3 world champions there. You look at the fighters that are becoming national champions coming through from top to bottom. Joe Gallagher doesn't waste his time. And you know what? Out here in Saudi Arabia, they want a star. And whoever manages to break through, that's born and bred from Saudi Arabia, he will be an amazingly big, massive star here, because this is what they want. They want somebody to push forward and represent what they're trying to create here.
No, absolutely, and that's a great shout on Joe Gallagher, former Ring Magazine Trainer of the Year as well, by the way. Did very well. Had a wonderful crop of fighters. Remember when he had the Smiths, he had Scott Quigg, so many world champions, British champions.
Natasha, don't forget Natasha. Don't forget the fights that he's been putting on.
Absolutely. Look at Lawrence Okoli now. He's a 2-weight world champion. He's
turning around. Lawrence Okoli was in the Who Needs Him club, and after Lawrence's last performance, it's like, all right, people are sitting up. So remember, this young man has a wise man in his corner. That's only part way through his career.
He's very driven, Joe Gallagher. People will tell you that about him. Talking to Macklin about him, Matt Macklin, he says, Matt, that the best part of his career, the most successful part of his career was with Joe Gallagher, because he wants it that much. You've got to want it at least as much as him, or it's not going to work. So one thing we know about Alakel at this stage of his career, we can't know how good he'll be, but what we do know is that he will have been put through the fires. And Joe Gallagher would have been happy with what he saw, or they just wouldn't be doing this.
No, absolutely. Great point. Public workout number 2 for Mohammed Alakel. Let's keep things moving. Let's head back over to RMC Thomas Treiber.
Our next 2 fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 10-round contest. It will be for the WBC International Heavyweight Championship. First, we will welcome to the ring from El Chamizal, Ecatepec, Estado de Mexico. His professional record, 10 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw. 4 of those 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Let's welcome Edgar Ramirez.
Well, let's get a look at the first heavyweight in action tonight at tonight's open workout. There will be several, of course, culminating in Tyson Fury and Oleksandr Usyk. But you're looking at Edgar Ramirez here, who'll be taking on a brilliant Ukrainian fighter on Saturday, and looking to start, make a bit of an impression.
Yeah, of course, and it looks like we're going to get a proper look at him here, because he's gloved up, so we know he's going to get in there and hit the pads. And it's always interesting when you see somebody in the flesh for the first time, because you just get a better look at the technique and a better look at the punch power, because you can hear it on the pads.
It's unassumingly cold here, and so the fighters have got to be wise and smart, wrap up warm, and then through this workout here, just throw shade. What we see now is addressing. This isn't any importance for the fighters. It's something they want to do to let people know we're here, introducing themselves. So you're probably not going to see much. You'll probably see a light touch of the pad work. But it also gives us a chance to see the shape and size of each fighter coming through, and make a premature assessment of how we think the fighter goes.
Every time I turn around, cats got their hands out.
It's very likely that this is the first public workout that this man has ever done, certainly in settings like this. And I'll tell you what, the song choice has been wonderful. Johnny Nelson, you have not stopped moving. I've even seen Andy Clark bopping his head. A little bit of exhibit here in Riyadh.
It's a great tune, this, it really is. And you look at these images on the screen, it's incredible, really. I was talking to somebody about this morning, and this footage, when it's seen in 20, 30 years' time, people won't really believe it. And we'll just feel really, really lucky that we were here and we were part of this, because the visuals are absolutely extraordinary. And for him as well, when he looks back on this, hopefully it goes well for him on Saturday night. He's not expected to win the fight, but what you don't want for fighters coming in the away corner is that this becomes something they really want to forget because they get knocked out or because they have a bad experience. If they don't get the win, you want them to come away from the ring in full possession of their faculties, being able to look back on this week with a rueful smile, because what a week for them, what a week.
What a week, and he's finishing up now, Edgar Ramirez.
Thank you very much to Edgar Ramirez.
Taking in every moment here, Edgar Ramirez. He'll be taking on Andre Nowitzki on Saturday night. Let's head back over to our MC for the evening, Thomas Tribe.
And now let's welcome the defending champion from Odessa, Ukraine. He is undefeated with 13 wins. 10 of those 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the reigning and defending WBC International Champion, Andre Rampage Nowitzki.
Well, Andre Nowitzki, the man known as Rampage, is also gloved up, so it's likely we're going to see a little bit something from him. He's a towering heavyweight, second Riyadh season appearance, boxed on the Knockout Chaos show back in March. Remember that one, Anthony Joshua against Francis Ngannou, what a show that was. He knocked out Juan Torres in 3 rounds that night, and he'll be looking to do the job again on Saturday.
It was a good night for him back in March. He did well. He looked good. There's definitely some pedigree there. And again, you look to impress because it's winner stays on. And we said yesterday, if you're him and you're down towards the bottom of the card, then you tell yourself that with a good performance, you can maybe move up a couple of rungs on that ladder. It's an interesting one for them, Johnny, though, this, because they won't have been expecting these kinds of temperatures when they were preparing. Not that they would have spent a lot of time thinking about what they would do at the open workout, but in their mind, they probably expected to come here on a nice, warm, balmy evening, nice and loose, get a sweat on without even really trying. But now they have to think about it slightly differently, and either you get in there and do absolutely nothing and get out quick, or you get in there and do something, because otherwise you'll get cold.
That's right, every fighter's coming wrapped up. Every fighter, you're right, this is part of the game. And part of the game is you've got to do with your opponent's in exactly the same position. So it's about mindset. It's about trying to keep everything on point. Remember, the champion's probably going to be like this on fight night. So therefore, you've got to make sure you've just got to get used to conditions you're in, because if you don't, and you try and use that as a trapdoor's an excuse, then it's the beginning of you losing. So fighters have just got to adapt. They can't complain, they've got to adapt. This is how it's got to be.
Well, he's being trained by Anatoly Stuychenko, former light heavyweight. Boxed Elida Alvarez around 10 years ago. I think that was his last fight. But he's still got that fighter and that fighting spirit within him. Whenever I get to speak to him, he speaks with a lot of menace about what his heavyweight can do, what he's going to do to the division, what he's going to do to his opponents.
Thank you very much to Andre Rampage Nowitzki.
Spectacular scenes here.
You've got to pass that energy on to your fighters. You know, you want your fighter, your charge, to believe that you know what you're talking about. So if you're going to ask him to do something, he's got to believe, he's got to trust you. You say jump. You don't want him to say hi. You want him to just jump. You know, if he said you can do this, you want him to believe. Well, you know, you don't want to ask a question. Well,
Our next 2 fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 10-round contest. It will be for both the vacant IBF International and vacant WBA Continental Light Heavyweight Championships. Let's first welcome from Toul, France. He is undefeated with 14 wins. 4 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Here is Dylan Force Tranquille Collin.
What up, son? Word.
Well, you're looking at the unbeaten French light heavyweight, Dylan Collin, in action against Daniel Lapin on Saturday night. Daniel Lapin, of course, a real big part of Oleksandr Usyk's training team. It is Daniel Lapin's brother, Serge Lapin, who's part of the training of Oleksandr Usyk. And Dylan Collin coming here, former two-time kickboxing world champion, unbeaten so far as a pro, and representing France, who are doing pretty well in the boxing right now, Andy.
Yeah, they are. They are. The last few years they've been producing some good fighters, and the ones that have come through haven't necessarily been the ones that they would have expected. But as you say, he's got that kickboxing background. He's used to some big occasions. I like the fact that he gave it a try at the Grand Rivals yesterday with the interviews. He said, I don't really speak English particularly well, but he tried. And that shows some confidence, because it's easy for us to underestimate that, because we're used to people coming onto these stages and having a smattering of English. But it's quite intimidating to walk down the steps from that plane, down the carpet, and then in front of the world's media get asked questions in a language that you don't really understand. So I rated that, because he could easily have just not bothered. But he knows what he's doing, he knows what he's about. I mean, one thing you often see with kickboxers, Johnny, people from kickboxing backgrounds, they tend to be quite upright, they tend to stand up quite tall.
They're quite upright, quite open, the guard is quite open. Klitschko was one of those, and Sonny Manuel Stewart changed them and tightened up that style. You remember they used to suffer knockdowns, and they were hit and hurt in many fights. They managed to tighten them up. The one thing you can say about kickboxers is they are unbelievably fit. So if you're a fighter, most boxers, traditional boxers, can beat kickboxers if you know what you're doing and if you're fit. If you're not fit, you'll get beaten by a guy of less ability because of their fitness, because of their stubborn determination. But a fit traditional fighter that has done his work will beat most kickboxers if they've not tightened up, if they've not closed that gap. You know, the elbows are wide, they're pretty square on, they're pretty hittable, but they are unbelievably fit. So don't ever test that side of a former kickboxer boxer.
Well, Oleksandr Usyk was unbelievably fit against Tyson Fury back in May. He warned that he wouldn't leave him alone, and really, he didn't. He has tremendous fitness, and we're looking forward to seeing him in the ring a little bit later on this evening. Stay with us. We will have Oleksandr Usyk and Tyson Fury working out tonight, and after that we will have 5 live fights, all part of tonight's workout, all part of tonight's stream here in Riyadh.
The undefeated Dylan Force Tranquil Collin.
Got my mind flipping, I'm buzzing. Think about without a hope of hustling. Get that loot, kid, you know my function. As long as I'm alive, I'm a little illegal. And once I get on my foot on my
How you doing? Right, yeah. Hello.
Come on, get it!
Hello. Oh, bad. What off?
And now we welcome from Kyiv, Ukraine, undefeated with 10 wins. 4 of those 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is Daniel Lapin.
Well, there is the towering Daniel Lapin making his way to the ring, and I'm delighted to confirm with us now, joining us is probably the greatest snooker player of all time. I understand they've started calling you Riyadh Ronnie, because you're always in Riyadh now. Ronnie O'Sullivan, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, good, yeah.
So what brings you here tonight?
Obviously we're here for the snooker, which started tonight, finishes on Friday night. Obviously a huge boxing fan, so all the guys at Stella said, right, come on, I put my son out here, because he's a massive boxing fan, so obviously here for the Usyk and Fury fight, but obviously there's a lot of stuff going on in between, so we're just trying to milk as much of it as we can, you know.
So give us the Ronnie O'Sullivan breakdown as to what's going to happen on Saturday. Are you backing Tyson to get it done?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Fury is an amazing boxer, one of the greatest fighters of all time. So the light heavyweight, and to come and do what he's done in the heavyweight, that's an all-time great. But for me, Fury, bigger man, great team. I like Tyson. We've had a James Protect there again, so our loyalties are there. I think it's going to be another great fight, but I just think maybe Fury had a better catch this time. I'm going to go with Fury. good fight.
Ronnie, I've watched a lot of snooker down the years, and what's always really fascinated me about it is the kind of mental aspect of it.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting sport from that point of view.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things that really fascinates me about boxing as well. I mean, to what extent can athletes from different sports kind of identify with each other? Snooker and boxing might seem to be completely different, but in terms of the mental preparation and the way you all go about things, it's not too far removed, I guess.
Yeah, I think in every sport you kind of got to like have your mind on the job. I mean, at times when you're in the zone and you're just flying and you don't really think of anything, but there's times when maybe you're not actually playing your best and you have to dig in a bit, and that's when resilience comes in and all that sort of stuff. But I think, you know, with these guys, they're so good. They just on autopilot most of the time, and it's like going to the office, like a day's work, you know. So yeah, but sometimes you have to engage the mind and try and keep out the negative thoughts.
And just to point out, Ronnie, the mic in front of you says Riyadh season. Hasn't Riyadh season been incredible? What it's doing for sports?
Yeah, I think it's been amazing, you know, especially what they've done with boxing, you know, obviously there's golf, tennis, snooker as well, so they've just blown it wide open, and I'm just thinking, as a
Our
boxing
next
fan,
fighter to the
you know,
ring, competing this Saturday,
and I think Turkey's just come in and just gone, you know what,
international super bantamweight contest. He will be challenging the undefeated Reese Edwards from Wales.
There you're seeing who are the real best fighters in their division.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us. Ronnie O'Sullivan, great to see you. Let's head back over to Thomas Schreiber.
Of 10 wins, just one defeat. 6 of those 10 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the current WBA International Champion, Peter Blood McGrail.
Andy, can I just say, you'd have done him. I think we should do a fight with Usyk.
Well, here is Peter McGrail now making his way into the ring for tonight's workout, and as he made his way to Riyadh this week, he wasn't sure he was even going to be fighting. He is fighting. He's got an unbeaten opponent in front of him in Reese Edwards, and it's a good fight on Saturday, Johnny.
This is one of those fights on the undercard that you think this will get the crowd fired up. This will get the crowd excited, because this young man here, he can fight. And he's a handful. And as I said earlier on, every fighter that's on this undercard will try and make it about them. Even though they know it's not about them, they'll try and make it about them.
Well, is that to change, well, who he's fighting for? Of course, he was going to fight Dennis McCann, who's a completely different style to Reese Edwards. One's southpaw, one's orthodox. How could that be affecting him, Andy?
Honestly, I don't think it will, particularly because he made a good point yesterday, which is that when you fight as an elite international amateur, you go into a tournament and you don't necessarily know who you're going to get in the next round. You'll know who you get in the prelims, you'll see the draw, but beyond that, it could be anyone, and you need to be able to adapt. And sometimes you'll find yourself in with someone new, unseeded, who you haven't seen before, and you need to figure it out on the job. Pro boxing and amateur boxing are different, of course, so one of the things is that you do, generally speaking, get to spend time preparing for a specific opponent, but he will be capable of making this adaptation to somebody new. He just will.
Well, I don't think he wants to do an awful lot.
Peter Blood McGrail.
A little bit of shadow boxing, a few photos. You can see Paul Stevenson, of course, in the corner. What a year he's having. What a couple of years he's having. The trainer, of course, of the Red Triangle Gym, Nick Ball, world champion, Andrew Kane coming through, and Peter McGrail here to make a statement. Let's head back to Thomas Schreiber.
Our next 2 fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 10-round contest. It will be for the vacant WBC International Featherweight Championship. First, we will welcome from Edinburgh, Scotland. His professional record consisting of 14 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, 11 of those 14 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the former British, Commonwealth, and European champion, Lightning Lee McGregor.
Well, draped in the flag of Scotland, here comes Scotland's finest. Lee McGregor arrives in Riyadh. He raced to becoming English, Commonwealth and European bantamweight champion. That was a few years ago now. He's been a little bit up and down since then, just finding his way again. And actually, when the first fight happened between Fury and Usyk, he was boxing on the same night in a hotel in Scotland. Look at him now. In time for the rematch, he's on the undercard.
That's the thing about this sport, isn't it? You just never know what is going to happen next. He does have good pedigree, we know that. He was a really good amateur. He was making good strides to pro. He was well bagged. Everything was looking good for him. Bantamweight, I think, was hard for him to make for quite a long time. He maybe stayed there a bit longer than he should have done. He picked up a defeat, and he's drifted a bit. Like you say, he's drifted a bit. But so long as the belief hasn't left him, so long as the ambition is still there, then he can really do something. And he needs to look at this as potentially the start of chapter 2 of a new stage of his career. It's the perfect fight for him, because it's a good fight. It'll really get his juices flowing, and it'll be a meaningful win if he can get it, because Isaac Lowe has got a good record, a good resume. Only really good fighters have beaten Isaac Lowe. So if he can get it done, Lee McGregor, then he can kick on.
You've got to also look at what's going on in the personal life of a lot of fighters, and that usually reflects itself in the ring mid-fight, and so we can all make assumptions about what a fighter's got left or if he's good enough or not. But I think once they sort out the basics, the groundwork of their personal life, then you'll see the results manifest itself in the ring. And fighters like this young fella here, he's actually a very talented young man.
Thank you very much to Lightning Lee McGregor.
Well, Lightning Lee McGregor will be hoping lightning strikes on Saturday night as he takes on Isaac Lowe. Fantastic fight on the undercard, plenty of needle in the build-up. It's been built up for almost a year now. It's been scheduled. Finally happens on Saturday.
And now let's welcome from Morecambe, England, his professional record consisting of 25 wins, 2 defeats, 3 draws, 8 wins, coming by way of knockout. He is the former Commonwealth and WBC International Champion, Isaac Westgate Warrior Lowe.
Here comes Isaac, the Westgate Warrior Lowe, and Johnny Nelson once again is moving and grooving. This is your playlist hooked up to the speakers here, I'm sure of it, Johnny.
So Isaac Lowe, you'd say he's a mini Tyson Fury. His attitude, the trouble causer about him. This young man, he will try and steal the show. You know, him and Tyson Fury are actually mates. You won't believe that, the way they talk about each other, but actually, Tyson's a big fan of his, and I'm actually interested to see how this one rolls out. He said this one's going to be a little bit of a war.
No, it's fantastic, and you see, he was by Tyson Fury's side in those dark times, when Tyson Fury was coming back from 30 stone or whatever he was. Isaac Lowe was always there, by his side, training with him, motivating him. He's played a big role in the Tyson Fury that we see today. But Saturday night is about him. Saturday night is about his career and picking up what would be the best win of his career.
And he was good last time we saw him. He produced a good performance, got the late stoppage. And when you look at his record, it is an interesting one because he's got those 3 draws. They were all in title fights. One was an English title, another was a British title, another was a European title. So if things had gone slightly differently, Thomas could have been announcing him as a former British, Commonwealth and European champion. Yeah, that's a really high level. And the 2 fighters he's lost to, Luis Alberto Lopez, was on his way to becoming a world champion. At the time, we didn't know too much about him. And then Nick Ball at Wembley, again, he's now gone on to become a world champion. So he's only lost against really good fighters. and we're just around here or around there in a different direction on an odd scorecard, his caption, his resume could be quite different. So he's definitely got ability. He's always had ability. It's a really good fight, it's a really good fight.
It's a really good fight. As Isaac Lowe, I'm here ducking and diving, trying to get out of the way of them shots. I wouldn't want to be Lee McGregor.
Doesn't he?
He does.
Look at him. Look, he's having fun. I can't even say he's going to think this is all about me.
Thank you very much to Isaac Westgate Warrior. Whoa.
It's been excellent in the build-up to this fight as well. Isaac Lowe, I've seen several interviews. He gives a good interview, speaks very well. Let's head back over to Thomas Schreiber to keep tonight moving.
Our next two fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 10-round contest. It will be for the vacant WBA Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship. Let's first welcome from Doncaster, England. His professional record, 23 wins, 6 defeats, 2 draws, 18 of those 23 wins coming by way of knockout, known as the Doncaster de la Hoya, David the White Rhino Ellison.
Well, you can call him the Doncaster de la Hoya. You can call him the White Rhino. What you have to call him is the step up in the career of Johnny Fisher on Saturday night. Here comes the White Rhino.
It's a good match, this, because we know what we think will happen. Johnny Fisher is a fighter on the rise. He dealt with Alan Babic in his last fight. He's stepping up in levels and he's doing it well. And they're prepared properly. And he will turn up on the night, Johnny Fisher. I don't have any doubt about that. I really hope that Dave does too. Because he does have ability. He's always had ability. And he's always had a lot of grit. Some of the fights he took earlier in his career, if he'd been better advised, obviously he wouldn't have taken, because he took some real punishment, and he travelled away in sparring and did the same thing. So I think if he'd been advised better earlier in his career, and maybe he worked a bit harder in the gym himself, then maybe he could have won a few titles. But that's all ancient history now, and he wants to finish well. He's got Jamie Moore in his corner. Jamie wouldn't be wasting his time on someone who wasn't going to put the effort in. And if he's trained properly for this stage, then this could be a lot of fun, this fight. It really could.
And this is a Dave Allen with a full training camp. He's had weeks and weeks and weeks to prepare for Johnny Fisher, a fighter that he is much more experienced than.
So Dave Allen turned up to train with Jamie Moore fit. Jamie Moore usually said he turns up unfit and he's spent almost most of my time getting fit. I know Dave Allen. Dave Allen used to be in our gym, and as a young man coming through, it was always tough. Always rugged, always willing to get in and tear up. And his toughness, to me, is his strength. There's many guys that have got in with Dave Allen, and he's just worn them down. He knows how to hold man a fighter in the gym. And Johnny Fisher, I actually spoke to Johnny Fisher today. Johnny Fisher had actually sparred with Dave Allen when he was 19 years old. And Johnny Fisher said he was so fit. I looked up to him. This is a guy, I'm fighting one of my idols. He inspired me. I think Dave Allen reminds me of a northern version of Johnny Fisher. He's a fan favourite. He's that kind of guy.
The White Rhino Ellison.
He's certainly a bit of a fan favourite, a bit of a folk hero is Dave Allen. A very likeable man. He's been very vulnerable with the public in the past, very honest, very open, and very much on the big stage on Saturday. Who would have thought it? On the undercard of Fury Usyk 2, Usyk Fury 2. Very much looking forward to this fight as Dave Allen just makes sure he soaks it all in.
And now let's welcome to the ring from Romford, London, England, undefeated with 12 wins, 11 of those 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is Johnny the Romford Bull Fisher.
Well, one big bosh is what we're expecting on Saturday night if Johnny Fisher gets his way. From Romford to Riyadh, he gets his opportunity on the biggest stage of them all to show the world what the fuss is about. Young Boxer of the Year with the British Boxing Writers, seems to carry a lot of power, came to the sport very late, but is doing very, very well in the sport.
He's moving nicely. Unusual route into sport. He studied history at university, an intelligent guy, grounded. He understands the task ahead of him. He's got a very solid team around him, a very solid heavyweight team as well, experienced in heavyweight boxing. He's given assignments, he's given tasks, and he looks to accomplish them a step at a time. It's a very sensible way to go about things, and he understands the reality of the business he's in, particularly at heavyweight, where if you get caught with one, then your lights are getting turned out. That's just how it is. But in his previous fight against Alan Babbage, the idea was that Babbage would test him out. That did happen. He got him out of there really, really quickly. And he's the kind of guy, Johnny Fisher, who he's like a sponge. You get that feeling, isn't he? That he really listens to what people tell him and tries to put the advice into practice. You probably don't need to tell him anything twice. He will then go around trying to perfect whatever it is that you're advising, and that in itself is incredibly valuable.
Without a doubt, he's working with Mark Tibbs, a very knowledgeable man to have in your corner, especially in your ear. Johnny Fisher's a very intelligent young man. This young man knows his expectations, he knows what he wants to do. He's so thinks about the game, as Andy said, and he knows Dave Allen. He knows what he's attempting to get out of this game, but he also knows he's in a position as a heavyweight to gate crash a party. Even on the domestic level, there's so much opportunity there for him, and I think with Mark Tibbs working with him, advising him, guiding him in the right direction, couldn't get any better.
The Romford Bull Fisher.
Well, Johnny Fisher had a great line at the press conference when talking about a fight with Moses Italma. He said, I may not be Man City, I may not be Real Madrid, but what I am is a wet, rainy night in Stoke. He knows what he is, he knows what he can do, and Saturday night is a real chance to show it. And I'll tell you, I think they're going to like him here in Riyadh. He's got the power, he's got the charisma.
And on a cold Wednesday night in Riyadh, he's coming in a vest, and no one else has done that, have they? That's a bit of a flex by itself.
It certainly is.
Our next two fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 12-round contest. It is a final eliminator for the WBC Super Welterweight Championship of the World. We will first welcome, coming to us from Leeds, Yorkshire, England. He brings a professional record consisting of 13 wins, just one defeat. 6 of those 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is Ishmael, the Black Panther Davis.
Well, here comes Ishmael Davis. Opportunity keeps knocking at his door. He opens the door. He says, yes, please. And him saying yes, please means he's in a final eliminator for the WBC World title on Saturday night against Sergey Boachok. It's a fantastic fight. It's a tough ask, but he's here and he's ready to go.
You know what? He's one of the few fighters that I know lives in the gym. He's always fight fit. You give him a week's notice and he'll come and he's gym fit. You give him a week's notice and we fight fit. That's what I used to do. That's how I got my opportunity to become British champion, to become European champion. At times like this where he's fixing the pole and people think, you know what, short notice that'll do. He can cause problems. When he boxed Josh Kelly, it was the last thing he expected. He's got to stand in. Even the whole corner team didn't turn up because they thought he was a pushover. He gave Josh Kelly kittens. And so now he's in that position again to capitalise and come up to Christmas. He's going to then try and gate crash another way through. You can't write this young man off. Yes, the stakes are high, but don't write him off because he'll show a good account of himself, and he's very, very fit.
Absolutely, and that good account, he gave a great account of himself against Josh Kelly, so much so that here he is. He's back in Riyadh on the next show, pretty much. But it's a tough fight on Saturday, Andy.
It is a tough night. There's no getting away from that, but as Johnny said, you have to admire the way that he stays on weight pretty much all of the time, because against Josh Kelly that was set at middleweight and he's a super welterweight, Ishmael, so you think to yourself, okay, that makes sense because he hasn't had too long to prepare, but he hasn't had too long to prepare for this, but he's going to hit weight at super welterweight, and therefore it is, as we heard, the final eliminator with the WBC. One thing I'm curious about, Johnny, with regard to this fight for Ishmael is that Josh Kelly and Usyk could not be more different in terms of their styles. He had to chase Kelly down, try and cut off the ring and get to him. He had to really kind of try and pace the 12 rounds in a different way, because you don't want to chase somebody, hit fresh air and then gas. And maybe he should have picked it up and made it a bit hotter, a bit sooner, but he did get to it towards the end, and he would have walked away with a lot of positives. With Bout, he won't have to look for him. He's got a Ukrainian who will walk him down right from the first bell. It's completely different.
And that's why it is so different, and that's why you can't write him off. He's not going to have to go looking for him. It's not going to be tiddlywinks. It's going to be blind man's buff. It's going to be one of those fights where my will is against your will. You're a skilled fighter, you're a strong fighter, but so am I. And you're giving me something to hit. You're giving me an opportunity. This is a great opportunity for him to shine. Or you know what? Go out on his shield. But I think he'll try and shine.
And by the way, Ishmael Davis, he's had some life. He's got some story. He spent some time in prison. He found boxing. And it's that old story of boxing coming along and changing the life of a young man. This young man has the ultimate stage on Saturday. The ultimate chance. Let's see if he can take it.
Thank you very much, Ishmael, the Black Panther Davis.
And Ishmael Davis just getting a few more snaps in, expecting his opponent Sergey Boachuk in the ring very, very shortly. It's a final eliminator for the WBC World title.
And now let's welcome a native of Vinnytsia, Ukraine, now fighting out of Los Angeles, California, USA. He brings a professional record of 24 wins, 2 defeats, 23 of those 24 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the former WBC interim super welterweight champion of the world, Sergey El Flaco Boachuk.
Well, here comes Sergey Boachuk, of course, in action on Saturday night against Ishmael Davis. And look who's joined us. Goodness me. From Romford to Riyadh. How are you, Johnny?
Good, thanks, Dave. How was that standing on top of that plane last night? Was it good?
It was okay. It was okay. Yeah. I mean, it was quite scary, if I'm honest, mate. Would you do it?
No, but I was very impressed with your punnage that you used there. Very good language.
Yeah, there was almost too many. Almost too many. What are you thinking? This is your old mate, Dave Allen. Your first guy that you ever sparred. Serious fight. It's the step up, Johnny.
Yeah, well, I was just talking to Jimmy Tibbs down there, and he said Henry Cooper never got to do this. Any of the fighters at that time never got to do it. And I'm just very grateful and honoured to be here right now. But if I'm grateful, I've got to give my best performance as well, and that will show how grateful I am. And I'm expecting to win on Saturday night.
And by the way, I know you're taking it in as well. I watched an interview with you earlier where someone asked you, what do you know about Riyadh? Just like a throwaway question. You started coming up with all these facts. Tell us something. What do you know about Riyadh?
Not too much. Listen, it only takes a little look on the internet, but it started regenerating itself in the 1950s. It used to have some old...
It's a historian.
Yeah, we used to have some old walls and fortifications which have slowly been taken away. And it's interesting. It's only been around for 50, 60 years, but something tells me this is going to be the future of entertainment in the Middle East. It's amazing. It's amazing to be here. I've never seen anything like it. And I've been to Vegas many times. This is another level of a scale, you know?
I told you, they're going to like him here, Andy.
Absolutely. And that, joking aside, you do your research when it comes to everything. You prepare thoroughly. You want to know what you're getting yourself into. And that's the way to do it in all professional sport, but particularly boxing. You've always seemed to me like you live in the real world. You've got to grasp on the business you're in and what can happen in there. And all you can do really is control what you can control, which is to prepare as best as you possibly can
100%.
and give yourself every chance.
That's it. And listen, you do your research on your opponent, like you said, with anything you do in life. But on the other side of that, you don't let that take over what you're doing. You have to focus on what you're going to do, and you've got to be in the moment as well, I believe. And you've got to react and respond in the moment. You can research as much as you want, but it's what you do on the night that counts.
He's not just a pretty face, is he? It's one of those guys.
I'm definitely not a pretty face, so I've got to have something, so I've got a bit of brains instead.
Right, where is he? Where's your dad? Where, has he cleaned out the Chinese? There's like a whole Chinese area here.
Well, I went to see His Excellency yesterday. He came up to me and said hello, and he was more interested in my dad then. And also, my dad's still on his way. He's had a little detour to Dubai first, so no doubt he'll be stuffing his face over there, and then he'll make his way to Riyadh on Friday morning. So I'm sure there'll be a bit of commotion when he arrives, as there always is wherever we go.
I'm sure there will. Brilliant speaking to you. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Johnny.
very much,
We're going to
Dave.
let you
Great
go.
to see
Best
you.
of luck
Good to see you, my
on
friend.
Saturday.
Thank you.
Let's head back over to Thomas Triber.
Our next two fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 10-round contest. It will be for the WBO Intercontinental and vacant WBA International Heavyweight Championships. We will first welcome to the ring from Gold Coast, Australia. His professional record, 22 wins, just 1 defeat, 14 of those 22 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the former Australia, former WBO Asia Pacific, and former IBF Intercontinental Champion, Dempsey the Tower McKean.
Well, Dempsey McKean, known as the Tower. He is 6'6". He is a southpaw, and he has his own ambitions as he arrives here on Saturday night, and he wants to stifle the progress of Moses Itauma. It's the biggest test on paper of Moses Itauma's career. He's only been beaten once, and that was by Filip Hrgovic in the final round. He's very composed, he's very confident heading into Saturday.
This is one of those fights where if you know the game of boxing and you understand about the matchmaking of your fighter, you want to develop him, you know he's at a certain stage, past the bump over stage of giving him a bit of a knockoff, you want to develop your fighter. This is a dangerous fight for Moses, and Moses, I think he played a big part in the heavyweight landscape in years to come, but this is part of his development. This is part of his growth. This is part of him potentially becoming a world champion if he's going to be one. So if there's any flaws, any cracks, anything that we can pick apart, we'll probably see it on Saturday night with this man here.
There's plenty happening in the boxing in that part of the world, of course. Sky Nicholson, world champion Jai Opataya. Joe Parker about to challenge Daniel Dubois on February 22nd. He's already been a world champion. It's a good time for boxing down there.
Yeah, it is. He's been sparring Jai Opataya actually in preparation for this. Last time we saw him against Filip Hrgovic, he had Tony Sims in his corner. He spent a lot of time in England. He sparred Anthony Joshua a lot. It looked like he might get that fight actually that year, and in the end he didn't. He's now back in Australia. But as you said, he has his own ambitions, and we'll see what kinds of questions he can ask of Moses Itauma on Saturday. He's done everything that we could have expected of him, Itauma, and he's done it really, really well. But at some point, something is going to happen. Either he's going to have a little bit of an off night, or he's going to pick up an injury mid-fight. He's going to clash heads with someone and pick up a cut, or he's going to break his hand early on, and he's going to have to cope with that. Something is going to happen to him at some point. It won't all be plain sailing. And in a sense, you don't even really want it to be. Whether McKean is capable on pure boxing terms of causing him too many problems, we'll find out on Saturday. But you look at him in there, he's got good shape, he's experienced, he's big, he's robust, and he believes in himself.
He most certainly does, and he's going to need to believe in himself. I saw the face-off between Moses Itauma and Dempsey McKean. and he was very confident indeed. And look who's joined us now. Delighted to be joined by the man they call the Wrecking Ball, World Featherweight Champion Nick Ball. How are you?
All good, Dave. You?
Yeah, I'm good. I feel like I'll keep seeing you. I've seen you pretty much every day this week. We did a presser last week.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Yeah, just there's a lot going on. It's good to be a part of, and you know, coming to experience it all. Yeah.
So Peter McGrail, very much your man. It's not the fight that he was scheduled to have, but it's a fight against an unbeaten fighter, very much coming to win. Give us your thoughts on this.
Yeah, it's a massive opportunity for him, innit? But Peter's more than ready, no matter who it'd be in the ring, so it doesn't really matter the same outcome, yeah? But it's the best shape I've ever seen him in, and the most focused, so I'm looking forward to seeing him in action.
Thank you very much.
It's a bit of a strange one for me with Peter McGrail, because I watched him a lot in the amateurs, so I feel like I know how good he is, but I wonder whether people in general do realise how good he is, because he picked up that one defeat and people are really quick to write somebody off if they get beaten early in their career, but in terms of his technical skills, he is right up there.
Yeah, that's it, that's the sport we're in, innit? People just write it off, and that's life, innit? But this is his opportunity to show them what he's really about, and you know,
and now let's
no bigger platform to do it,
the
so
ring
it's going to be
from
good.
Chatham, Kent, England. He had a stellar amateur career, and now as a professional is undefeated with 10 wins. 8 of those 10 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the reigning and defending WBO Intercontinental Champion, Moses Itauma.
No, I don't worry. I tell you, I'm a man who believes.
Well, here comes the coolest man in Boulevard world. He is calm, he is composed, and he has all the makings of a future world champion. Just 19 years old, Moses Itauma, making his way to the ring ahead of the step-up on Saturday night against Dempsey McKean. He hasn't put a foot wrong yet. Nick, I'm keen to get your thoughts. What do you think of Moses Itauma? Wonderful talent.
Yeah, he is a top fighter, and he puts the work in as well, and it shows in his fight. So yeah, he's going to smash it again, I believe.
You believe he gets the job done? Knockout over Dempsey McKean?
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Well, he spent time in this camp sparring with Tyson Fury. He says he's gained invaluable experience from that, not just the sparring, but also just being able to sit and talk to Tyson Fury and take in some of the knowledge.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it. That's a big part of being on these cards as well. You see how other people go about their business and how they prepare. The lads aren't hanging around tonight, are they? Like, a lot of the fighters have got in there, had a little shake out, the shadow box, and then they're back out again. And it's what we were talking about earlier on. I think you either get in there and keep the heart rate up, get the heart rate up and do a little bit of a workout, or you get in there and you do nothing, because there's no point in doing anything in between, because if you get a sweat and then you cool down, that's when you could get a cold. So you want to either go in there and do nothing like he's just done there, or you've maybe got a slight sweat on backstage, come out, continue it, but keep it quite short.
Nick, brief last words for you. How are you going to do against TJ Dehenny in March?
Like I always do. Yeah, all action, and Nick Ball win.
Lovely speaking to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Moses Itauma.
Well, that was Moses Itauma. Let me ask you this, Johnny. He didn't give us much in there. We was talking about this. Would you give much at this stage of fight week?
Fighters don't want to give anything at this stage of a fight week. You get in there, you do what you're contracted to do, you do as little as possible. Moses came in, must have thrown about half a dozen punches, waved and wanted to get out. And the kind of kid he is, he's not one for the limelight, and they're probably going to have to work on that side of his armoury, because he can be potentially a star of tomorrow. But you've got to be able to communicate to the fan base out there. He just wants to fight.
Just wants to fight. 19 years old. The whole world is in his hands. It felt like that win over Marius Wack wrecking him in a way that no one has in his career so far. 2-round demolition job. That was quite something, Andy.
It was, and people didn't really expect it, and I don't think Marius Quack really expected it. The look on his face when he got taken down was, as I said yesterday, slightly like he'd seen a ghost. But we welcome in now, trainer to Moses Salma, Ben Davison. Ben, good to see you as always. We were just extolling the virtues of your man and how he's done everything right so far, Moses. And I was saying earlier on that there will come a night, though, where he has to contend with something, whether it's an opponent who really tests him, or whether it's a cut, or whether it's some kind of injury, some kind of adversity. It's coming, isn't it? We just don't know in what form quite yet.
It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. That's part and parcel of boxing. It takes more than just skill to become a champion, certainly to remain one. So these are things that you've got to be able to overcome, and we're confident that Moses is able to do so.
How good is he, in your opinion?
I genuinely do think that he's got the capabilities and the skill set and the talent and the mindset and all of these things to not only become a champion, to become a long-reigning champion.
process of defeat because it's boxing, these things can happen. He's been obsessing about this ever since it happened. Morning, noon and night. Morning, noon and night. Because all he's known is winning. And I know he's got that draw on the record, but we all felt that he deserved to get the decision that night. He certainly in his mind would have put that down as a victory. And then you lose by split decision. And you're going to hate it. You're going to hate every single second of it. And that's what makes these people who they are. They cannot accept it. They will not accept it. They have to put it right. It's as simple as that. He has to put it right on Saturday. Because if he goes 2-0 down against Oleksandr Usyk, he's got to live with that for the rest of his days. And that will be a very, very hard thing for somebody like him to do. It's a tragic flaw in a way. Elite level athletes, particularly fighters, is that they're so incredibly competitive and have so much of themselves. Even if they come fractionally short at the very highest level, and me and you can say, but what a great fight, what a great effort. Must have been proud to have been a part of it. They'll look at you like they're going to kill you. Because they can never be proud of a defeat under any circumstances. It's just how they are.
But here's the thing. There's been a lot of talk about how's he going to bounce back from a defeat? How does it affect him mentally? He thinks he won. He's got people around him that thinks he won. One judge had him winning.
He doesn't. He doesn't. And listen, he's a very good student of the game. And no matter what he tells you or I, you know, he knows the game better than most out there, better than everybody in his corner. He doesn't think he won. And the reason why he's come back with the attitude he's got, with the chip on the shoulder that he's got, because he knows the fact this man made him look bad. This man made him eat his own words. This man that he said could never beat him. And that's because he blames himself for that. And when he blamed himself for that, now he thinks I'm going to fix this. Now the loss was either going to make him or break him. Hopefully, it's made him. And we'll find out this week. We'll find out when he gets in the ring. We'll find out when he meets face to face with Usyk. We'll find out. Or when the first ball goes, we'll find out if the last fight's broken.
Well, Tyson Fury looks very deep in thought. And we're going to bring in a man who is very curious about Tyson Fury. Alex Krasik, give us your thoughts. What are you seeing here in Tyson Fury? Looks very...
Oh, I see a fisherman from the north, somewhere from Scandinavia.
At the press conference last time, Oleksandr Usyk got Tyson Fury to sign the photo. I'm curious, what did you think in that moment? Johnny Nelson thinks that would be embarrassing for Tyson. What did you think when that happened?
It was an absolutely friendly move. He opened the suitcase, being dressed like a killer. What can you expect there, other than photographs?
You never have a friendly assassin. And that's what he was. He was a friendly assassin.
You know, looking at this, I'm wondering what Sugar Hill is thinking of this, because as his trainer, Johnny, I was just saying to Dev, looking at those pictures, I'm wondering what Sugar Hill really thinks about this boat ride in quite cold conditions.
I'll tell you one thing, Brendan would not have made us do that. None of this nonsense, get in there. I know we just in show business. You get in there, get yourself warmed up, get inside, in and out, do as little as possible. This kind of thing here, I understand you've got to feed the beast, feed the TV. But you've got to understand, this right here is the last thing he wants. It's the last thing. I wonder how Usyk's going to enter. By parachute? By a helicopter? You know, I understand you've got to sell this thing here. But these fighters, this is the last thing they want.
Hey, but this is something we want. This is something the fans want. This is something that Riyadh season wants. Look at these incredible surroundings here.
You mean Usyk's victory?
Hey, His Excellency's talking about cooking a rabbit, so I don't know who wants that.
That's a bit loud here, I'm sorry.
What has Oleksandr Usyk got up his sleeve? Yesterday, he was poking his head out of an aeroplane, spying on Tyson Fury. What is he going to do tonight?
He will smile, joke, train, sing, dance probably. I have no idea for sure. But Usyk is unpredictable, like you see him in the ring. He is the same in life. It's up to his mode. I mean, which mode he is today. It's a bit freezing outside, so he might be in a very fast-moving mode, you know.
A lot of people are saying that we are seeing a different Tyson Fury this time. This time he seems meaner. He seems to have an edge about him. Do you agree? Are you seeing a different Tyson Fury than what you saw in the first fight?
Yes, I see a completely different Tyson Fury. He's not playing anymore. You see, he's so focused, concentrated. He doesn't even smile, or maybe he does, but we don't see his smile behind his beard. What can I say? This man probably made some homework. He probably realized that spoiling and just distributing his energy everywhere in media, making fun of a training camp is not the best idea. For this reason, he kept it really serious, like like a monk, I would suggest.
Well, he said this time Oleksandr Usyk will meet the Gypsy King, not the guy that he met last time. This time it's the Gypsy King. How does that sound?
Well, it sounds great, but according to my memories, I need to look up in my phone. I think he met the Gypsy King last time as well.
Well, that is Tyson Fury. Just
do you think this will be a better version of Tyson Fury than the last fight?
I have actually no prediction for this fight. For me, it's absolutely 50-50 as it was in the first one. I give a credit to Tyson. He's supposed to be he looks more concentrated, and most likely he will try to make some repairs in his techniques and tactics. But the thing that I do expect that it's gonna be a way more dramatic fight than the first one. Way more dramatic.
And Tyson Fury taking up this almost monk kind of role means he's limited his social media activity. Alex, normally he posts something and you're there straight away in the comments saying, you should retire, you're a greedy belly, and all of this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I feel bored this training camp because I didn't have an opportunity to comment anything. So that was a very poor build-up from my side.
So maybe Alex, you are the one that's probably saying the things you'd probably like Oleksandr to say, but you need to try and get under the skin of Tyson Fury. So that's why you're the one that responds.
Well, let's start from the beginning. Oleksandr Usyk was always under his skin, so he doesn't need to get inside. Actually, Tyson tried to do this with Oleksandr. But Oleksandr has an advantage. He doesn't speak fluent English. Way better now, but still, if it comes to an Irish accent, it's really complicated.
Alex, interesting to hear you say that you feel like it might be a more dramatic fight than the first one. Is that because you think that Tyson will come after Usyk from the bell in the way that he did it the first time?
In Ukraine, we have a saying. The bigger the wardrobe is, the louder is the noise when it falls.
That's an ominous message from Alex Krasik.
Thanks, gents. See you.
Thank you very much, Alex Krasik. We'll let you go. And the man, of course, we are looking at is Tyson Fury, and he says this time he's going to be different. This time it's the Gypsy King.
I'd be upset that I was compared to being a wardrobe and not a tree, an oak tree.
I think what we can kind of deduce from what he said there, Alex, is that he said he doesn't want to give a prediction because it's a 50-50 fight, but he feels that it'll be more dramatic. I think he feels like Fury is going to come at Usyk, and it's going to be his downfall, and that Usyk's going to take him out. I think that reading between the lines is what he probably feels is going to happen. If we get a more dramatic fight than that first one, then we are in for some contest, because it was so good back in May.
Well, that was quite dramatic there from Tyson Fury. Just stood in the middle of the ring with his arms by his side, looking up, looking around, soaking in what this is. That was quite a moment. That would be a lovely picture.
I think anybody and his dog will understand and see Tyson Fury's attitude, his approach is completely different. And so if the fight was close enough the last time, Tyson Fury will have done the maths and thought, if I lost. In his head, he believes he lost, but he doesn't believe he was beaten. And there's a difference. If you're beaten by the better man. He lost because he didn't perform to the best of his ability. On Saturday night, if he performs to the best of his ability and doesn't get the victory, he got beaten. So therefore, he has an excuse for his last performance. So this Tyson Fury, everybody sees the difference. Even Alex says we see the difference. He's not being braggadocious. He's not getting in your face. He's not being that antagonistic fighter, which makes him a dangerous fighter. He's been able to get away with it with every single opponent until Oleksandr Usyk, and Oleksandr Usyk made him pay the price. So now he has to bring his A game.
That's a really interesting point you make there, because that's a distinction that fighters all make, isn't it? And it's a massive distinction in your minds between an L, a loss, and as you say, being beaten, or another way to term it would be a defeat. A massive difference between losing and being defeated. And he lost, that's in the record books, but absolutely he doesn't feel like he was defeated.
Yeah, and that's how a fighter keeps that mindset, that strong positive mindset. So remember, if you've been the heavyweight champion of the world and you really believe you are the best heavyweight in the world, and then all of a sudden you're beaten, your whole life, your whole existence changes, and it's like a kind of a breakdown and an acceptance that you don't want to accept. So Tyson now going through a transition. He's got to accept he's no longer the best heavyweight in the world. Anthony Joshua's been through that existence. He's had to accept that. So now, this is it. This is his moment. This is that walk along the plank to say, am I really the best heavyweight in the world? Now, did I make a mistake? Did I drop the ball? Was I unprofessional? And that's why I paid the price. Because if he wins on Saturday, he'll never do that again.
Well, very interesting there, Tyson Fury. He gloved up. He's kind of moved towards Sugar Hill, and then he didn't actually throw any punches. He got the gloves taken off shortly afterwards. So got a few photos with the gloves on, gloves off, coat back on, he's off.
Contract. I bet it's in the contract. Get the boots on, get the gloves on. He's done it, he's off.
Well, let's hear from the Gypsy King himself.
Thank you, Adi. Planes, trains, automobiles, now we got a boat. I mean, what other surprise do we have for Saturday?
A lot of pain.
Wow, just like that, dry, pain.
Smash and damage.
There you go. So there's another thing that I wanted to ask you. Last time you were nice and clean shaven. Are we planning on changing that at all for Saturday, or we're still Samson?
A lot of hurt.
Is that the just ongoing motto for this weekend?
Hurt. Serious hurt.
I know we're in the last stretch, so are you basically done with all the chit-chat, the talking, the back and forth?
A lot of damage.
Okay, so there you go. Thank you very much. It was a great workout. Look at all these people that came to see you, so for a lot of damage. Thank you.
Few laughs there back and forth with the short answers, but I think that was completely real. That is a focused, determined, menacing Tyson Fury there. He means business. He's not here to mess about.
No, he isn't. And, you know, because we're used to him, and we're used to Usyk, and we're used to them being quite relaxed during the week, we can forget sometimes what it is that they're actually doing in there on Saturday. It's an incredibly serious thing.
And now let's welcome the defending world champion from Ukraine, a 2012 Olympic gold medalist, now with an undefeated professional record with 22 wins, 14 of those 22 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the undefeated, former undisputed world champion. And this Saturday, the reigning and defending WBA, WBC, WBO, and IBO heavyweight champion of the world, Oleksandr Usyk.
Well, here comes Oleksandr Usyk now in his boat, sailing towards Egypt, just like he sailed through the cruiserweight division, stepped up, sailed through the heavyweight, division, became undisputed at 2 weights, and now he has the chance to retain his title against Tyson Fury.
I like what you did there. Nice play with words, my friend.
You see it.
Very poetic. But again, Usyk has to play the same game, walk the same path, or swim the same waters, or sail the same waters, and get in the ring. What will we see from him? Will he put on a performance, or will he do a Tyson Fury? Do as little as possible, just like the public know they're here. These guys don't need to show off. They don't need to shout and bawl, because the public know exactly what to expect. Now, and I'm quite sure for Usyk people, the ones that are here that have seen Tyson Fury get in, they've got nothing to report back. They've nothing to report back. They want to see how he moves around the ring. They want to see how he hit the pads. There's nothing to report. They want to hear what he said. There's nothing to report. Now, Tyson Fury is going to do as little as possible. I know we're expecting him up here. I'd be very surprised if he does come up here, unless he has to. And these guys just want to fight. These guys just want to get on with it. I'll be surprised if Tyson Fury hangs about to watch Usyk. He just wants to get on with it.
Well, it's big fight feels with these surroundings here in the incredible Boulevard World in Riyadh. Oleksandr Usyk he's just cool. He's just chilled. He's on the boat. He's looking at a couple of photos, and he's making his way to ancient Egypt, where he will take to the ring very shortly.
I'm just looking over my shoulder because Tyson Fury's sliding away, I think, towards the far side. He's going to weave a route through the pyramids and off home. And as Johnny said, I'm not surprised by that at all, because he just doesn't have too much to say. I don't think Usyk will have loads to say either, because this is the business end. And like I said, we're used to these guys doing a bit of clowning and being quite light-hearted. But what you have to remember is that they're counting down to the bell ringing on Saturday, and they will fight. And there's a lot at stake. And it's not just the titles, it's their personal pride, but it's also, and let's not try and hide from it, it's their health. Things can happen in there. And heavyweight boxing is serious. You've got to be dialed in to the absolute max. And even when you are, things can go badly wrong. You can get hit with one you don't see, and all of a sudden you're waking up in the changing room. So taking yourself into that place, Johnny, as you all describe it, it's exhausting. And that's another reason why you've only got so many of these really big fights in you. He looks super relaxed here. Maybe he is just a little bit more chilled out than Tyson this week, but the fact that Fury is where he is earlier in the week than we've normally seen it, it just tells you the task he knows on his hands with him.
So his mindset right now, if you look at Tyson Fury, he was serious, no nonsense. That's what Usyk did the last time he came in. Usyk now knows he's got the beating of Tyson Fury, so the roles will be reversed. And Usyk wants to make sure he doesn't make the same mistake as Tyson Fury, and keep that professionality about him. And he does, because I'm quite sure when Usyk had seen, after the last fight, when Usyk had seen Tyson Fury fall out of a bar on his face, he's thinking, this guy's not professional. He didn't live the life. It must have upped his confidence, because he's thinking, look at this man. Now you've got to make it a habit. You've got to make that professionalism a habit, a lifestyle habit. It's Usyk's lifestyle. That's how he is. It's not Tyson Fury's. So he's got to now adapt the habits that he dropped. And this is the strength, the mental strength, Oleksandr Usyk has over Tyson Fury.
Well, even though we didn't hear from Tyson Fury, apart from the interview in the ring, I absolutely love that. Didn't want to know. He's not sticking around for Oleksandr Usyk either. He's in a whole different space mentally than what he was in the first fight. Let's just take a moment to watch Oleksandr Usyk's entrance here. I saw the rehearsal earlier. It's pretty dramatic.
It is. It's great. I mean, we saw his arrival yesterday. This is a fighter who's never lost as a professional. And there's been in world title fights all the way through from when he was 9-0. Did everything as an amateur. He's lost very few times in his amateur and professional career, and he's been right up at the highest level for such a long time. Although he did tell me earlier in the week he lost his first amateur fight, so that's quite an encouragement for you to the gym, and it doesn't go their way early on. But he just owns it, doesn't he? He wears the mantle of being a champion with real ease. It's something that he's comfortable with. But again, he knows that on Saturday, as he does so many times in the past, he is rolling the dice. kind of fascism about the top fighters. It's acceptance of what can happen in there. They know that nothing is guaranteed, nothing is given. I mean, look at this, it's absolutely fantastic.
Disappoint when it comes to entrances, when it comes to theatrics. Oleksandr Usyk always delivers. Well, we may well be in Riyadh, but I'm getting a real Eurovision feel to what I'm watching currently.
I can feel my heart rate raising. It sends a shiver down your spine, this, because you hear this pumping around the arena. It's absolutely breathtaking. And in my head, I've just got this vision of Tyson Fury in his car or getting into his car outside and just hearing this echoing and fading in the distance as he drives away from the venue. This is such a fight. It's an unbelievable fight. You look at the two characters involved in it and look at the setup he's given us there, Usyk. It's Wednesday and I cannot wait for this.
These are the two best heavyweights in the world meeting at the summit. It was a split decision that Oleksandr Usyk won back in May. It was a fight in which Tyson Fury had some and plenty of success. Let's see what happens in the rematch on Saturday. It feels like a new Tyson Fury. But the man in front of him, Oleksandr Usyk, you know exactly what you're going to get. And he looks like a man who just doesn't know how to lose.
He does. He does. You look at these images, this bright blue square of blazing light in the middle of these pyramids, and you've got this feather at ringside just going for it. We could be in the middle of an epic trilogy here. You know, these are the days of our lives covering this sport. They really are. You cannot underestimate it. In 20, 30 years' time, we'll talk about this.
Let's get in the crowd here going. Oleksandr Usyk. I'm not sure if he's going to glove up or not. Looks like he's ready for his interview. And we should be hearing very shortly from Oleksandr Usyk, who joins Claudia in the ring. Sure, he is quite ready for his interview. Oleksandr Usyk still a little bit of shadow boxing, keeping Claudia waiting and embracing it. And the singer of that band is currently climbing up the rafters here. Incredible scenes here in ancient Egypt, in Riyadh, and I think now we are ready to hear from the unified world heavyweight champion, Oleksandr Usyk. Well, maybe we're not ready to hear from Oleksandr Usyk, because I tell you, this man that we're looking at could well be singing for the next 20 minutes, Andy Clark. He's loving every moment here.
He doesn't want this to end, does he?
He doesn't want this to end at all.
I feel for Claudia doing the interviews in the ring, because she doesn't, you know, it looks like she's going to start and then she can't.
Glory to Ukraine! Слава Україні!
Well, he has got Riyadh rocking. It's quite the performance. I couldn't see a harness on the fella, but he's made his way back down. Let's hear from Oleksandr Usyk.
Thank you, Ade. That was emotional. That was epic, that music. Can you share with us who the artist was?
This is Artemy Pivovarov from Ukraine.
The name again?
Artemy Pivovarov.
Did you all take note? We like that. Now, with that being said, we saw a little bit of a footwork here, and you're known for excellent footwork. So among the talents in the list, what would be higher, boxing or dancing?
Ми знаємо про твої таланти, бачили роботу ніг, але що було б для тебе на вершині? Бокс чи танці?
I think it's dancing.
I agree. So we have a challenge. After, we should dance a little bit more. So we had a chance to see Tyson Fury here. He was very...
You know, my coach, world champion, is dancing.
I know.
Latina.
Salsa. Ballroom.
Ballroom?
Oh, partner in crime. There we go. We should dance sometime. There you go. So we had the opportunity to see Tyson Fury here give us a little bit of his workout, and he was very monotone, hurt, damage. What do you say?
Ми бачили тут Tyson Fury, потім брали інтерв'ю, і він дуже малослівний був. Тільки біль, принесу біль, нанесу шкоду, біль, шкоду. Тільки ці слова використовували.
Okay.
Well, there we go back to monosyllabic. With that being said, you are definitely a force to be reckoned with in the ring, undisputed heavyweight, and you used to have hair. Now you took your hair off. Does that? We can't see it because it's cold, but I saw it. You have no hair now. So are you more aggressive without the hair or with the hair?
Коли ти став абсолютом, в тебе було волосся на голові. Зараз ти поголив голову, скажи, будь ласка, ти більш агресивний, коли з зачіскою чи без?
Listen, higher have memory.
Oh.
Yeah. First fight, it was в прошлом. In the past. Now, I'm not more aggressive. I'm kind of. Listen.
Just
yeah.
kind of.
Yes. But this is good, very comfortable in the boxing and in training. But I missed my hair. But after my hair grow, no problem. I like this mirror. Okay. Welcome back.
Handsome as ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we shall see you tomorrow. And I think I'm going to follow suit.
Yeah.
What do you think, Ade?
Nice.
Thank you.
Very interesting interview there with Oleksandr Usyk. He's looking forward to one day getting his hair back. Johnny, why are you smiling? No, I didn't even say anything, Johnny. I didn't even say anything, but his hair will be back soon.
There's nothing wrong with having no hair, my friend.
Absolutely not.
I could grow my hair as long as I wanted to if I wanted to.
Exactly.
This is choice.
Up to you. It's up to you. But what do we think, Andy, of Oleksandr Usyk in there?
Firstly, I thought that was absolutely tremendous work from Claudia Trejos because she was getting absolutely nothing, and then out of nowhere she goes for the hair and got a good answer.
Yeah.
So, you know, I tip my hat to her for that. He's not giving too much away either, is he? He's in kind of playful, mischievous mood like he normally is, but I think he really enjoyed the entrance. He would have thought about that. That would have been all down to him. He's done the design of the tracksuits. He loves all of that stuff. And the guy just like climbing up on the stanchion there and singing the song. He was absolutely tremendous as well. That was real drama.
Yeah.
You know, it was tremendous to watch. He gave us a show there without doing anything in the ring. That's what he did.
He never disappoints when it comes to the theatrics, when it comes to giving us a show, a viral moment, a clip here and there. Oleksandr Usyk, he always delivers, Johnny.
He always delivers, and he's in a great position to do that because it's the unknown. We don't know him. He shows us what he wants to show us. He lets us know what he wants us to know. And that's the point is, you know, when it comes to fight time, he's in the dressing room. You know, Alex was here. You know, they don't know what he's going to do today or tomorrow. They just know he can perform when it's time to perform. I think the attitude is he's come with a professional mentality. You know, the fight starts, you know, on Saturday night. As far as he's concerned, as long as he stays in a certain lane, of control. He's happy. He's happy with the performance. He's happy with the representation of Ukraine that he's come with right now. And so he's done part of his job already.
Yeah, no, he absolutely has, Andy.
He has, and he's gone. I just saw him. He slipped out the same exit that Tyson Fury did. So that's understandable. And part of that, I think, will be down to conditions, maybe. You know, it is quite chilly, and trainers won't want their fighters outside for too long. But what a setting! You know, what a setting. I loved it. Them coming in on the boats. They always think of something new. We had something new with the aeroplanes yesterday. We had something new with the entrances today. It's just been, you know, nothing surprises you. Nothing surprises you. On which note, here comes Hamza Shiraz.
Well, yeah, nothing surprises me, but I heard Hamza Shiraz was in town.
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
I'm very well, Dev, yourself?
Very, very well. You must love Riyadh. Normally, when you come to Riyadh, you knock someone out and then you go home. Not tonight, Hamza, no? You're all right, yeah?
February 22nd, that'll be happening, God willing.
Yes.
God willing.
100%. Well, let me just get your kind of... I haven't spoke to you about your upcoming fight. Carlos Adamez, WBC World Middleweight Championship. That step up, that world title, it's here, Hamza.
Yeah, no, for sure. And listen, I've been saying to everyone, it's what dreams are made of. I think if I ain't ready now, I don't think I'll ever be ready. Do you know what I mean? And... just looking forward to it, Dev. Looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to getting in there and see what I'm all about.
It's a good fighter, Adamez. It's a tough task.
Yeah, listen, he bangs. He's experienced. He knows what he's doing. I've got to be on my A game to get the win, and I'm sure you'll get nothing less but that.
It's what we expect from Hamza Shiraz. He tends to go through everyone.
I hear a lot. It's not what you're told. It's what happens in camp. And I hear a lot of what happens in camps. We know the same people, so I know how this young man performs, and when he produces cameos of brilliance inside the gym, I think we have just seen the tip of the iceberg.
And what about this Saturday night? This is the fight, right? This is Tyson's chance to avenge defeat, Usyk's chance to cement his legacy. Tell us your thoughts.
Listen, I know you didn't ask for a prediction, but I'm going to give it straight away.
Give me it.
I've got Fury winning, and I see him dominating, and I know a lot of people don't think that, but I think the way he's gone about himself in camp, the way you just got to look at him. You just got to look at him. And if you know boxing, you know a different man's going to turn up.
There you go.
You know a different man's going to turn up, and I expect a Fury win.
And just the interview that he did in there, I don't know if you saw that.
I just missed it.
Yeah, I mean, it was like one word. It was damage, pain. I think he said damage again as well.
Yeah.
He's not giving much away. He means it.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's just these little slight changes, not so much physically, but mentally, that gets you dialed in for fights like this. And like I said, I expect him to dominate.
Can I just ask you, you box at middleweight, obviously, but what do you weigh now? Because you look like you're pretty much on weight.
It's a secret.
Almost.
It's a secret.
Okay,
I can't be giving my secrets.
Are you not cold? That's what I want to know.
To be fair, everyone's. I'm all right.
Well, you see, this is it, isn't it? The alpha males are wearing t-shirts. He's got no body fat, and I have. So he wins.
I'm layered up, to be fair, so I'll stay out of that one. Tell me this: Tyson Fury hasn't spoke to his family. Paris, 3 months. His children, 3 months. It's a long time. There's a lot of sacrifice. Can you relate to some of that? Because I know you took yourself away.
I've been doing that for 4 years with my family ever since I've been to LA. I know it sounds a bit mad, especially at the level I was at 4 years ago, to be doing such a severe thing, but it paid off. It's paying off as well. And Marvin Hagler said back in the day, it's like being in prison, and that's exactly the best way to look at it. And it works for me, and I'm sure it's going to work for Tyson as well.
Do you know what's interesting? When he's talking about that, he says he doesn't want to have to switch between husband mode, dad mode, to beast mode. I'm curious with yourself, because you're not a husband, you're not a father, you're just a beast all the time, right?
Yeah. I know. I was going to say I can't really talk for him in that aspect, but I suppose the only kind of way I can look at it is kind of being a family man, being around your mum. You do become a bit soft, because I am a mummy's boy at the end of the day. You do become soft, and you got to kind of, I had to kind of eliminate myself from that to understand the mission ahead of becoming a world champion.
A hungry fighter is a dangerous fighter. A hungry champion is an unbeatable champion. And so having that mentality, you've got to create that environment. So if you're a champion, you get all the trappings, you get the fame, you get the glory, you get the riches, big house, big car, everything. But that makes you soft. Because when you've got to fight, and when you've got to dig deep, like a hungry challenger that's chasing you, you've got to have that same mentality. You've got to be as hungry as he is, and you've got to put yourself in that position. So I understand that. I understand Tyson Fury doing that. Many fighters aren't willing to make that sacrifice, and they're the ones that don't stay champion for long.
Well, we're back to Rocky again, fellas. We're back to Rocky. You know, when Mickey says to Rocky, "You got civilized, Rock. You got civilized." It's always the same. Back to Balboa for life lessons. But you know, it is an interesting thing to do, because it always seems to me that when it comes down to it, at that elite level, whether you're going to win or lose, it depends quite basically on how hard you are, how much hardship you can take, how much suffering you can take and suck up and come back. And that's why you make it tough for yourself during camp.
Yeah, no, for sure. Listen, at levels like this, it's all, you're physically almost as strong as each other, you're as fit as each other. It all comes down to what's happening up there.
This February 22nd card that you're on, where you're challenging for, it's unbelievable, Hamza. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, no, listen, unreal card, and I'm a bit upset that I can't watch the other fights. Do you know what I mean? I can't really watch them, but I suppose it's, listen, I've been part of historic nights ever since I've been on the Riyadh season cards. And yeah, huge thank you to His Excellency Turko Sheikh for allowing me to do so. And I've always said, give me the platform and I'll deliver. And hopefully, come February 22nd, I'll put on a barnstorm.
And this Riyadh season, it's changed the whole game, right?
Yeah.
It's changed your life.
Yeah.
Would you say that?
Absolutely, absolutely. Listen, it's got me out of debt. I was in crazy debt. It's got me out of debt. And it's kind of catapulted me from here to here in terms of my career, whereas without it, maybe it would have took an extra year or an extra 2 years. So yeah, I'm forever grateful.
So what's the plan then? If you beat Adamets, presumably you get that out of the way. You're looking to clean up all these belts, so you're going to go up. You're a big fella. Surely super middleweight can't be too long to do that.
To be fair, and honestly, I don't know how long I can make middleweight for. I'll maybe 2, God willing, I'll get the win, 2 or 3 at a push. But I think after that, it'd definitely be a move up to 168.
Good stuff. Hamza, I'm sure I'll see you at a big press conference soon. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thank you.
The unbeaten middleweight sensation Hamza Shiraz in action February 22nd, challenging for the WBC World Middleweight Championship. I think we're going to head over to Thomas Triber very, very shortly, but just great to see Hamza. Doesn't he look good?
He does. He looks absolutely amazing. That's why I asked him what he weighs, because he doesn't look like there's anything left on him at all, but obviously there is. I might ask him later, see if he'll tell me off camera. I'm just kind of obsessed with these things to a degree that's not healthy, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, Andy. But tell me this: how much do you think Tyson Fury is going to weigh tomorrow?
On weight, you mean on Friday?
Yeah. On Friday, yeah. And the press
Tyson Fury tells us 20 stone. I think it'll be near on there. I don't think it'll be 20 stone. I think it'll be just under, about 19.5 stone. When Tyson Fury said it, you know, he said a few things. You know, if he's saying he never spoke to his wife for 3 months and she's confirmed that, okay. So if he's weighing near to that 20 stone, which I also was told a few months ago he was going to come in heavy, it means business.
Yeah.
I mean, and Tyson Fury is one of those freaky kind of individuals that can carry the weight and move like a middleweight. He's not got the legs he used to have. He's 36 years old, but the legs he had won't work for him because he needs to walk his way through. Don't try and dance his way through, because when you're carrying 20 stones trying to dance around, you're going to get tired. He's got to step, be offensive, step square, rock boxing. Don't rush him. He's actually got to push it to the point where he's close to having points taken away from him. He's got to have the referee saying, stop pulling, stop using the elbow, stop hitting low. He's got to nag, he's got to aggress, he's got to get under the skin of Usyk. He's got to get Usyk complaining. If he gets Usyk complaining, that's when you're getting into the head of your opponent. So this weight that he's putting on, the attitude he has, it's got to be the right attitude. Don't do what AJ did. Try and outbox the first fight, you get outboxed. Then he thought, I'm going to wrestle him. You know, Usyk's very good. In the last fight, you saw Usyk slipping under the arms of Tyson Fury. You saw him getting out of the way, and Tyson Fury's like trying to catch an eel. So Fury's got to be smart. Box offensively, use the weight, step, don't run. Don't dance, don't dance back. He's got to be smart. Edge your way in. Make sure you dominate the pace. Because if the pace is taken away from him, like we saw in the last fight, Oleksandr Usyk had him gassed. He had him hurt in the last quarter of the fight. That's where the problem is. He's just got to have the right brains in the corner. If there's any hustlers there, they'll be exposed. Yeah. Tyson Fury's no fool.
Well, one thing's for sure, he's going to be fitter. And he's downplaying the camp last time. but it's obvious he had a cut to deal with. There was like a $10 million bounty. If you pull out of this fight, you're going to have to pay $10 million. So he had to go through with the fight, despite sparring not being what it could have been. Now he doesn't have that. Now he's been able to spar. He says he's been sparring better than ever.
I think this is the first time you're going to see the professionalism of Tyson Fury. Being a champion, there's a responsibility of being a champion. If you all of a sudden think I'm too good, I don't have to do it all, that's when you get turned over. We saw it happen to Prince Team Hameed when he boxed Mosquera. He said, I don't have to train like him, I'm the don. He got turned over. You see over and over again, not many fighters have managed to go unscathed. So Tyson Fury's going to have the right attitude.
Well, it's now time, thank you, Johnny, it's now time for 5 live fights, all part of tonight's action, all part of tonight's workout. Let's head over to our MC, Thomas Driver.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Jordan Ellison.
So making his way in now, Jordan Ellison, a very experienced fighter, 29 years old, from Seaham in County Durham, 75 fights into his career. He operates out of the away corner. I don't think he's ever made an entrance to that away corner quite like this, as he weaves his way between a couple of pyramids, just as Barry Jones sits down next to me. But he won't be in any way overawed or intimidated by this. He is a fighter of real ability, the kind of fighter who, if things have been different at the start of his career and he'd had a bit more backing, then you just never know what he might have gone on to do. He's drawn his last 2 fights. Last win was last November.
And now let's welcome to the ring the undefeated Luke Bibby.
Luke Bibby comes to us from Perth in Scotland, 7 fights and 7 wins. Good amateur, Scottish youth champion, senior international, boxed in the European under-22s a couple of years ago. The same year he won a 3 Nations gold. They've all been learning fights so far. His last one was a 6-rounder back at the start of November in Alloa, a comfortable win against Brian Morena.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to professional boxing action live from Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We get things started with 6 rounds scheduled, and it is an international welterweight contest. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Bob Arum for Top Rank Incorporated, and Sella in association with Eddie Hearn's Matchroom Boxing and Gold Star Promotions, along with their great sponsors: Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Numu Raba Development Company, Tahuniya, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Board representatives in attendance: Robin Smith and Robert W. Smith. Timekeeper is Jason Booth. When the bell rings, our referee in charge and scoring this contest will be Bob Williams. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold with white and weighed in officially at 143.6 pounds. Coming to us from Sunderland, England, he is a veteran of 75 professional bouts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jordan Ellison. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing gray tartan trunks and weighed in officially at 141.2 pounds. Undefeated, he has 6 wins. 2 of his 6 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the fighting pride of Perth, Scotland, Luke Bibby.
Okay, gentlemen, in the event of a knockdown, the fighter standing will go to the furthest neutral corner and stay there. Protect yourself at all times and please follow my commands. Touch gloves, go back to your corners.
Final instructions from referee Bob Williams. And about to get underway here in ancient Egypt, and often you say that. So Bibby with the silver, and Jordan Ellison in the gold and white. Bibby boxing out of that southpaw stance, Ellison orthodox.
Good right hand there from Ellison there.
Interesting start from Ellison. He's looking to try and walk Bibby down a little bit here and put him under pressure. It's not the kind of opening you always see from an away corner fighter, but he's looking quite aggressive.
Yeah, well, we've seen with Ellison over the years, haven't we? Even though his record doesn't really say how good of a fighter he is. He's been a Central Area champion, you know. And if you're not up to the task, he'll put manners on you. He really will.
Bibby just trying to settle in behind that jab. Yeah, he's trying to hook off the jab, takes a left hand to the body.
And he's just got to make sure, you know, after he throws the shot there, Bibby's got to make a little movement. Otherwise, Ellison's going to make him pay for that. If he gives him a target to hit, make sure those hands come back up really fast.
Just moving those feet in there, Bibby, committing a little bit more with them towards the midsection of the round.
And taking the centre ring, and that's good to see, isn't it? You know, that gives you so many more options. Again, though, taking the left hand there of Ellison, coming forward, just squaring the feet up there a little bit. Bibby.
Coming out with that left hook there, Ellison. Nice tight guard. Punched over slightly, worked his way in, then let it go. I think this could be a good fight as it heads down through the rounds.
It's been competitive so far, hasn't it, in this first round? We've just seen a second ago there, nice little double right hook there from Bibby to the body and the head.
There's that left hand again. He threw a right hand lead there, Ellison, then steps in with the left hand and left uppercut on the inside gets through.
Again with Bibby, it's a lot of what the problem is when he's after he throws the shot. So he'll throw a shot and they hold his feet, or like the hands come back a little bit low, and Ellison will make him pay for that.
Stop boxing! Step back. Box off.
Final 30 seconds of round one.
Good shot there from Ellison. Lovely uppercut through the middle.
Just dipped his knees, dropped his height to throw the left hand to the body there, Bibby, and came straight onto a lead left, a jab there from Ellison. It's been a good opening round, this. Plenty's landed from both of them. Not an easy one to score.
No, it's hard, wasn't it?
Sets it up well.
There's no Bibby was no trying to send the ring and push him back, and that's the right thing to do, and working beyond the jab. But again, I like keep saying, what he did after the punch got him into a little bit of trouble, bringing the hands back a little bit low. Just the prime example there, when he did dip the legs, that's the right thing to do, to go down to the body rather than reach. But he brought his hands down low with his legs. And as he come forward there, Ellison cracked him with a couple of shots. So that was a hard round to see.
Billy Nelson in the corner there with Luke Bibby looking up above us. That's Josh Whale in there with Jordan Ellison. Good fighter. Got over the line, won that British title after some near misses.
Quarters, 10 seconds. Seconds out.
Round 2.
It's the right, better idea there from Bibby. Working me at that double jab. Ellison just timing him a little bit with the single shots. Again, not there, you know, after he throws the shot, just a little step to the left, or to the right, sorry, because southpaw. It's a little step to the right after he lets those hands go.
Just pushes out that left hand there, Bibby. He looks nice and relaxed in that stance. He steps in and looks like left to the body, follows it with the right.
That's better, that's good work there. Just a little step out there, making him miss pin with the right hook over the top. Not a lot on the shot, but still scoring shot all the same.
Just short with the lead uppercut, then stepped in with the left hand. Ellison had dropped his elbows on it.
But he came in from a different angle, didn't he? Took that foot on the outside, so he slid across on the outside of that jab there of Ellison. And again, just change the angle, little adjustments with the feet, just change the angle, gives you just a better perspective of the target.
Just throwing that left hand quite wide, got it in round the back of the guard, just about there, Bibby.
Just found his rhythm a little bit here, hasn't he, Bibby? There, just see him when he's throwing, he's just stepping in and out with his feet.
He has. He's just started to get on top of Ellison a little bit without landing bundles and bundles of shots. He's just creeping in on him, isn't he? Crowding in for space a bit. And Ellison comes back with a good couple of punches there, but he likes leading off with that uppercut at times, Bibby, and then just dipping the knees and looking for the left hand into the body.
Just got to stay sensible, not get too greedy, that's all.
Uppercut came back down from Ellison and just clipped him on the way in.
Yeah, that's good work.
Good right hand there from Ellison. As Bibby was just turning around that front foot. Again, that jab comes in, and Ellison is always giving him something to think about, at the very least, when he's looking to set himself and maybe just let his hands go a bit more. He's getting picked off with something, maybe nothing too damaging, but something that just makes him reset and start again to an extent. But he liked that round, Bibby, as he goes back to the corner.
Yeah, I think that was a better round for him, wasn't it? Really good. He found his rhythm there, especially in the middle part of the round there, when he was moving the feet in and out and just landing with the shoulders relaxed a little bit more, the punches more fluent. Though Ellison did come back into it there, I thought, at the end of the round. And I think that's where Bibby tried a little bit more forceful. He had success, tried to work on it, but again, just try to, like I was saying, don't get too greedy. You've got a few rounds to here to take your time, and Ellison's experience, you know, he knows how he's wearing the ring, tucks up really well and fires off that high guard, so you have to be smart with your work here. You've seen some good footwork here from Bibby. And Ellison showing, you know, he has that good eye. When you twist, you move on the target, he moves with you and fires off that.
Quarters, 10 seconds.
So nice and early off his stall there, Luke Bibby, and it's a great platform for these fighters midweek of an absolutely huge fight week yet again on Riyadh season. And they've got Ronnie O'Sullivan, the Rocket, in the front row over on the far side of the ring.
Well, just the experience to travel and things like that so early in your career, and was on a big massive platform, and the opportunity to look at this, just the setting of its own is crazy.
Little feint there from Bibby with the front foot. Ellison not biting on that.
I think a little roll will suit Bibby here. When he throws the 1-2 or even a jab, he just rolls and tries to get on the outside of that left hand there of Ellison, and then he can come with that right hook over the top. Look how tight Ellison gets in, though. When he's close, he gets those elbows tucked nice and tight, doesn't he? He doesn't give you much of a target to hit.
Went down to the body, then came up top there, Bibby, with the right hand. And then again through the right hand, up to the head. prior to that in the fight so far, he has targeted the body quite a bit, and as you say, he does tuck up well, Ellison. So you've got to get him to either drop those hands or pick up those elbows a bit.
Well, you've got to get a different view of the target just by moving your feet around a little bit.
Good combination from Ellison came back there, and again there's that left hook. He's got to be careful of that, Bibby, because Ellison's always looking for it, but he doesn't seem too concerned about it. He's setting his feet a bit more now, Bibby.
I think you've got to keep it at range. You want to try and push Ellison back, but keep it at range, because Ellison won't mind this, because he tucks up tight. He's taking all the shots on the shoulders and the forearms, and he'll look to fire back and try and push you back a little bit.
Good right hand to the body there from Bibby. Third punch of a combination, and he really sunk it in.
See, from this range is where Bibby needs to start working, and also just keep at that range, in and out with the feet, keep it nice and long, trying to force Ellison to overreach with the shot. It's good there from Ellison, tucking up tight and then left hook over the top.
That's what he looks for, isn't it?
Yeah.
As you say, stands quite square when he tucks up and then just kind of explodes out with that left hand.
It's a good shot though from, he got paid back there. It's a good shot from Bibby and then took one from Ellison. Been a good little scrap so far, hasn't it?
It has, it has.
That's lovely. Really good work there from Bibby. Just changing the feet, changing the angle.
Jab off the ropes there from Ellison, midway through this one, scheduled for 6. And as we said at the start, Luke, Bibby's career so far has been learning fights, and this is in that category too. But Ellison is asking him a few questions here.
This is the learning fight you might lose though. He's winning the fight, but I mean with Ellison, he's that sort of fighter that if you're not up for the task, he'll put you in your place. And we said that at the start of the round, at the start of the fight, and I think he's shown glimpses of that Ellison. You see some of the good work here from Bibby here, nice little uppercuts and working behind the jab well. Then again, Ellison, if you make half a mistake, he'll make you pay for it. Get too greedy with your work, he'll got himself a decent lead now, you think?
Quarters, 10 seconds.
It's such a crazy view we've got from ringside here, because as we're looking across the ring, we've got the Sphinx on our left-hand side and the pyramid on the right-hand side. It's an incredible place, this. They always think of something new to give you every time we come.
And to our left, a massive sphere which just has Fury's face on it.
So into round 5, they're scheduled for 6. Luke Bibby in the silver, Jordan Ellison in the gold and white.
I walked around this park earlier on, and we started off in Egypt, in Cairo, and ended up in Paris within 15 minutes.
Looking for that left hand through the guard there, Bibby. Didn't quite manage to land it. Ellison still looking to work that jab.
He's just dipping and rolling at the minute there, Bibby, and that's just trying to evade what's coming back there from Ellison.
Dave Allen over the far side of the ring there, so he's stuck around to watch these undercard fights after the open workouts a little while ago, just soaking up the atmosphere of fight week.
Lovely bit of work there from Bibby just a second ago. Nice little 1-2, then slipping and coming back again with another shot. He's actually got better as the fight's gone on, hasn't he? I mean, more skillful as the fight's gone on. Again, using that, I think he's used his brain. He's starting to understand what Ellison does after he throws a shot. Now he's making Ellison miss and making him pay. Good shot.
Again, throws that left-hand lead, but as you said, and you asked for it earlier in the fight, he just rolls off the back of it rather than staying still. That's where he was getting caught earlier, wasn't it? He does walk onto a right hand there, but that's because he's looking to commit and sink a few in.
Yeah, good work again there from Bibby.
He's 24, Bibby, but you do get the feeling looking at him that physically there's a bit more to come.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You can see it, can you?
Nice body attack there, then just turned away, didn't he, around that front foot.
Feet were really good there from Bibby.
Just caught with a jab there, Bibby, as he looked to open out and throw that left. That's one thing he does do a little bit.
Ooh, body shot there.
Just keeps that chin a little bit high. Final few seconds of round 5.
Oh, good work there from Ellison.
Just sucking the air in. Jordan Ellison sat right up above us. He's trodden these boards many, many times.
Again, I just think he's using his brain a lot better now. He's having to walk on the shot, but and if you're going to be aggressive against Ellison, you're going to have to. But I just think he's been smart as the fight's gone on. I think he's adapting a little bit more, understanding how Ellison reads your shots, and I think he's been a little bit more elusive in the last few rounds, and certainly more effective with his offense.
Quarters, 10 seconds. Seconds out for the 6th and final round.
Pick that camera.
So into the 6th and final round, as our timekeeper told us just then. It'll be interesting to see if Bibby looks to really up it in this last 3 minutes. I feel like he will. He is doing it at the start of the round, and Ellison is looking to go with him.
Well, he might have felt Ellison's power and think, he hasn't got enough to hurt me, but I'd still be slightly cautious, still try and keep that aggressiveness and when you're working, still try and keep pushing him back. But don't be too gung-ho. Don't walk on anything silly. He's boxed well so far, and the movement there, and again, it's got better as the fight's gone on.
Good right hand to the body.
And the movement before it as well was good, wasn't it? Just a little half a lean back, make Ellison miss, and then slide your feet in close and work away. Couple of good shots there from Ellison. Bibby was coming forward.
He's had successes every single round, Ellison, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's really that, and that's what makes it competitive, and that's what, and again, things that you said, what makes it a really good learning fight for Bibby.
Just past the midway stage of round 6. We talk about opportunities on the big card, on the main card on Saturday, and fighters who've had them throughout the course of Riyadh season so far. And these open workout fight nights, it's the second one we've had now, and it's a different level, obviously, but still it is a big opportunity. Yeah. And you look at the cross-section of fighters on it.
Yeah, you know, and they had one in LA also, didn't they? But it's like, no, when you're fighting the leisure centre, at this level, at this stage of your career, you're fighting the leisure centres mainly. That's the truth of it, or hotels, aren't you? And that's nothing wrong with that. That's fantastic. But I mean, this is just different gear altogether, isn't it? Yeah, he's moved at a good pace, hasn't he, Bibby, throughout the contest. And it's been his pace. He's the one who's dictated the pace. That's nice. Again, when he gets a bit lower, he's more effective, isn't he, Bibby?
So, final few seconds, but Ellison in there, letting his hands go right up until the very end. It's been a good 6th round of this. Competitive from the beginning. Bibby's won the fight, but it's been a good fight for him to have at this stage of his career against somebody who really knows his way around the ring. And as we've been saying, if you make a mistake, he's good enough to let you know about it.
Yeah, no, he certainly is, and he'll make you work for every bit of success you have. And again, then if you rest on your laurels, as we've already seen, then he'll clip you with a few shots. We see it here now. Bibby working well, but again, every time there's a little gap appears, Ellison will make sure he hits him with a shot. And we talk about learning fights and lessons, and early in your career, and these are invaluable lessons for you. But I thought Bibby boxed really well. I think he got better as the fight got on. For me, yeah, I thought it was a good display there from Bibby, and a good fight to watch.
Billy Nelson just with a few pointers for his fighter. They've had some big successes on Riyadh season, Billy Nelson and Martin McCauley. I love this fight, Isaac Lowe against McGregor. I absolutely love it.
It's a sleeper, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah.
It's a massive win for whoever gets it.
And they both need it, let's be honest. I think
that's exactly it.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, our referee in charge, Bob Williams, scores the contest 59-55 for your winner. And still undefeated, the fighting pride of Perth, Scotland, Luke Bibby.
So time for a few pictures. It was a good 6 rounds, that. '76 pro fights he's had, Jordan Ellison. Look at in his 8th outing tonight. He improves to 8-0. I'm sure they'll be looking to get him back out again just as soon as they can.
Well, Luke Bibby came out there and left to John Cena's music, but we could certainly see him. Nice little performance, eh?
Was that Billy Nelson I saw in the corner?
Yes. Okay.
Billy Nelson, you see, and people have got to realise when you can have a big fight and you've got to fight with the small fighters as well. And you don't understand. You've got to develop talent coming through from the bottom all the way to the top. I like that. I like that, and it's actually a good message to spread out there too.
It is. It's nice to have a few fights at the end of a workout as well. What a treat for those that are here. Just a few little knocks.
Yeah. Well, you know what? There's still a crowd hanging about as well for the few fights. I think it's 4 or 5 fights we've got on this evening. But I think it's just it's something different.
Yeah, it's something that Riyadh sees me clearly doing. We saw this at Wembley. Remember the Wembley Stadium show, Joshua versus Dubois. On the Wednesday that week, we had some fights. Chris Congo was on. Chris Congo will be on tonight. He's almost becoming a veteran of these workout shows, but looking forward to seeing him. Also looking forward to seeing Adam Hameed, who will be in action very soon. A young man that I'm sure you know well.
Yes, I know his father. We were comrades a lifetime ago.
To the ring,
let's see how
Ramiro Garcia Lopez.
Let's head back to our MC, Thomas Strider.
Ramiro Garcia Lopez joining us from Guadalajara, 32 years old. Never been stopped. An away corner fighters, boxing Mexico, Canada and the UK. And he's had a good year actually. He's had 3 away wins this year against a 5-0 Ronnie Mollett, a 7-0 Mohamed Subhan and an 18-1 Hamid Gaz, who narrowly lost the English lightweight title in his previous fight, so he's in form. Last box 9 days ago, losing to Louis O'Doherty, but picking up a round.
Okay, sir? Hey, good day. 4 rounds boxing,
And now let's welcome to the ring the undefeated Levi Barnes.
On his way in now, the 20-year-old Levi Barnes, bronze medalist at the World Youth Championships in Alicante back in 2022. 7-0 so far, as you'd expect at this stage, learning fights. Boxes out of the Sharp Style gym in Blackpool, with Andy Abrol alongside the likes of Jake Abrol, Thomas Berry, Brad Ray. Last in action at the start of September.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 4 rounds, and it is an international super welterweight contest. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA. With Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Bob Arum for Top Rank Incorporated, and Sella in association with Eddie Hearn's Matchroom Boxing and Gold Star Promotions. Along with our great sponsors, Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Numu Raba Development Company, Tawuniya, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, board representatives in attendance, Robin Smith and Robert W. Smith. Timekeeper, Jason Booth. When the bell rings, our referee in charge And scoring this contest will be Lee Every. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing a white trimmed with gold and weighed in officially at 153.2 pounds. Coming to us from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, he is a veteran of 25 professional bouts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ramiro Garcia Lopez. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with pink and weighed in officially at 155.9 pounds. Coming to us from Preston, England, he brings an undefeated record with 7 wins. 2 of those 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Levi Barnes.
Boxers, please. Okay, lads, when I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to you both. Good luck.
So 4 rounds between these two. Levi Barnes got the call for this pretty late on. So he clearly stays in the gym. He clearly stays ready, which is exactly what you should do at any stage of a career, but particularly the one he's
For
at.
the first round.
But Garcia Lopez looks in decent trim too, so I think we could be in for an entertaining fight here. Barnes switching stances quick at the start of the first round. That 2022 World Youths, by the way, was the same one that Moses Itauma, as he's now known, he was Enrico Itauma at the time, won his super heavyweight gold. And look at him now. It's quite incredible the progress that he's made.
Unbelievable talent, isn't he? See what Barnes can show us tonight. Again, sometimes taking fights at late notice, it never seems ideal, but also, it takes a little bit of pressure off because you haven't had to focus all that time for the build-up of a fight. It hasn't really got into your head. So I mean, a career out taking late notice fights. You know what I mean? It's almost you just take the opportunity. It shows you take the opportunity when it presents it to you, and it can change your life. It can change your career.
Just fainted with that front foot there, Barnes. He's settled southpaw. He's got a really wide stance on him. Now turns back to orthodox.
Being able to switch is a real asset, but doing it just for the sake of doing it can get you into trouble sometimes. Good body movement there from Barnes.
Then look to step in and lead off with the uppercut out of the southpaw stance.
That's a good jab there from Barnes there, a little lean back.
When he's boxing as a left-hander here, he looks like any second he's going to let that left hand go. He's not really done it yet. He kind of waves that lead hand, doesn't he? Almost as a distraction, as a little bit of a rangefinder. Back to orthodox now.
Good jab there. Just trying to lure you on, isn't he, Barnes? By the little moving, that little, like I said, that little wandering arm. Just trying to force you to lead, so we can just take a little step back and then counter you. A little bit like we saw there, but I think with a little bit more snap.
Closing stages of round one.
I don't know what to make, isn't it, a Barnes? I sort of like him, and I sort of think it's a little bit erratic and a little bit maybe too inviting for somebody to land on a shot.
Short left hand there from Lopez, who prior to that had struggled to really get near him. It's something that you've mentioned to me a few times before, that when somebody's got that really wide stance, their front foot is right on top of you. It makes you feel like they're close, but then they can just pull their weight all the way back to the back foot, and actually you can't reach them, and if you try and commit, then you're in trouble.
I mean, having a wide stance quite often means you can't get your feet out quick enough, and if someone advances you, it rushes onto you. There's a guy who knows a little bit about pressure there, isn't it? 7 times world champion there, Ronnie O'Sullivan. But back to the boxing, I think that pressure with the front foot is quite important. And if you get the balance, if you've got good balance, you can just lean back, but you're still in the centre of your stance because your stance is so wide, and it allows you to make a miss. Then you can push off that back leg there with a bit of purchase in your punches.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 2.
Looking to double up on the jab nice and early in the round there, and then immediately just steps into the southpaw stance. He switched quite a few times in the opening round. I don't know if he really figured out of which stance he was likely to have more success.
I think southpaw, you know. I think he looked a lot better there. I think be able to get his jab into play a little bit more easier, more effective. Again, just see him there. He didn't get paid for it, but he just, when he squared his feet up there trying to change stance, there was an opportunity there for him to get caught.
Again, just sticks the jab out and then goes with the right hand to the body. Caught the left hand there as he looked to set his feet and attack the body again, Barnes.
Nice little right hand there again from Lopez.
He needs to get close, doesn't he, Lopez? Yeah. He's delivered a couple of nice short punches, kind of crisp hooks on the inside, but he's got to find a way to close the gap on Barnes.
It's hard to commit. Oh, good jab there from Barnes. With the guy with the movement, constant fidgety movements as well there from Barnes. Just see the shoulders. It's just hard to know when you need to commit to an attack. Not willing to do it. Trying to rush in there, Lopez, and just got caught over his own feet.
Almost got through with the left hand there, Barnes.
I said throw the jab more rather than just flick it out there or wander out there. Just start firing it out with a little bit of authority for Barnes.
It's the final minute of round 2.
That's better.
Bit of blood coming out at the end of the nose there of Barnes.
Shots there from Barnes. Nice work.
Close with the left hand there, Barnes. He turned that one over and it just kind of grazed the cheek there of Lopez, who is trying to get a little bit tighter to let his own hands go. As we said earlier on, it's not the easiest thing for him to do.
That's good news. Just up the pace a bit, I think, in the second half of the round here.
The Barnes corner being led by Andy Ambrol, and I'm reliably informed that the gym he runs is called the Sharp Style Gym.
Seconds out.
As a reference to his breakdancing days. I would love to furnish you with some more details, but that's what I know. I need to get to the bottom of that.
I'm sure you will. There'll be another book out.
So into the third round here.
Boxing Boogaloo is going to be called. I can see it now. Oh, nice there for Barnes. Nice bit of smoothness to his work. Relaxed a bit, hasn't he?
He has. Nice jab there. Went down to the body, then up to the head.
That's much better. He's just slowed down a little bit, hasn't he, with the movement, but that just makes the punches a little bit more effective. He's looking to hit the target a bit cleaner, rather than trying to be too tricky now. It's good.
Nice long right hand.
It's a lovely bit of work here from him. You've started this run off fantastic here, Barnes.
Left hand to the body. He's setting his feet. Punching with a bit of authority. As you say, he has just slowed everything down a bit, just taking his time a touch more.
Just want to maintain this now, not go back to trying to be a little bit too showy. I understand he wants to show off, and he has that sort of style to do that. But what he's done at the start of this round has been brilliant.
Look for the uppercut there, Buzz, but he was well short with it. He's got a decent opponent in front of him here too, because Lopez is disciplined. He's got some shape. He knows what he's doing. He's not giving anything away. He doesn't overcommit. He's not reckless. He's looking to try and get some work done. And just as I say that, he did manage to get tight on the ropes through the left hand to the body, then the left hand up to the head. So he's working for his openings here, basically, isn't he, Barnes?
And he can punch a bit as well, Lopez. So if he does clip you with a shot, you're well aware of not making that mistake twice. Just been a good round for Barnes. Started off really fast. He slowed down a little bit now, rightly so. I thought the work he done in the first half of this round was much, much better.
Turned pro in September of last year, so that'll be, by the end of this, it'll be 8 fights in 15 months. That's a pretty good rate of progress, that, isn't it?
Really good. And what you need to start your pro career off, you need to be in the ring often, learning about coping with the pressure.
So 1 to go in this 4-rounder between Levi Barnes and Ramiro Garcia Lopez.
Yeah, he was really good, wasn't he? That 1-2 down the line, especially at the start of the round, just seeing that nice long right hand there, hitting the target clean. But he looked to be more effective with the shots. Workmanlike, and I thought he looked better for it. I mean, he can be flashing and elusive, and you see it in the second half of the round here, just making Lopez miss. But when he looks to go down to work and just do the basics, the nice 1-2 down the middle, he looks a much better fighter for me. I like him actually.
Quarters, 10 seconds.
So 4th and final round coming up.
For the 4th and final round.
Just flicking that jab up from the waist. Barnes in the black with the pink trim. Garcia in the white and gold.
Oh, nice right hand there from Lopez. Really good timing, actually, that was.
Just trying to pursue Barnes a little bit there, Lopez, at the start of the round.
He's a nice straight 1-2 down the line again, Lopez. Barnes, sorry.
Just leaning in with that really cheeky kind of right-hand lead. He's almost tempting Lopez to try and step in and have a go there, because the weight's really heavily on the front foot, and the chin's kind of there as a very tempting target. Good left hand to the body there from Barnes.
Yeah, really good shot that. Again, just trying to force Lopez to lead first here.
Led off with the uppercut, piled in with the left hand, was just short with it.
He got good feet. I'm not a fan of that move, though. I think that can get him into trouble more than it can, you know, give you an opportunity to do anything else.
It's funny because he's controlled this fight. Hasn't quite found his range at any point, has he?
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, I just think trying to be. I mean, I think he boxed well, but just trying to be too tricky and a little bit too clever. I think at times. You know, I understand that he wants to show everyone what he can do. You know, his ability that he has, and he has lots of it. Lots of natural ability. You can see it, but in the last round, when he started off the round, just trying to be really effective with the punches, he looked a much better fighter for it.
When he's thrown from the outside, he hasn't quite found that range. Anyway,
Yeah.
when he steps in there and hits the body, then he's done well. And the jab has kept Lopez on the back foot, but it's kind of just kissed gloves or not quite made it. It's done its job in a way, but it hasn't. As you say, you've been looking for that 1-2 every now and again, that you just feel he's really capable of just sliding down the middle. Nice left to the body there. But all in all, a good performance.
Yeah, good late notice, and he's dominated every round, which you'd expect because he's up against a journeyman, but still got to do the work, and he did it. I quite enjoyed him, actually.
And a great way to finish the year. As we've been saying, a late call-up, he wouldn't have been expecting this, but he was ready for it. At a time of year when you might be tempted to slack off a bit, Christmas is coming.
In a weight-making business, this is the holy grail of holidays. It really is.
Well, he can certainly enjoy it now anyway. And I think Garcia Lopez enjoyed that too. As I said, he's a good operator. Covered so much of Dave Allen's career. In his earlier days, I was there for that massive win against Nick Webb. That was that big overhand right there, and then the body shot that put Lucas Brown down. Johnny Fisher disposed of Alan Babic in double quick time on his last outing. The team behind him obviously feel that Alan is the right match for him next.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, our referee in charge, Lee Every, scores this contest 40-36 for your winner. And still undefeated, Levi Barnes.
So Barnes gets the win, improves his record, 8-0. Turned pro about a year after that World Youth Championships where he got a bronze medal. And he's fighting regularly. Activity absolutely key in the early stages. That's a great overhead shot of where we are. You just see that bright square of blazing blue.
It's someplace this, isn't it?
It really
absolute
is.
Madness.
It really is. And that entrance, that ring entrance earlier on from Oleksandr Usyk with the musical accompaniment, the singer was incredible. He got up on the scaffold. He got up on the scaffold about 3/4 of the way up and was absolutely loving it. I think that was very much his moment, and he didn't want it to end.
I thought it was a Welsh choir, first of all.
Let's continue, and first welcome to the ring, Jose Aguirre.
And we've got fighters from all over on the card tonight. This is Jose Aguirre from Costa Rica. I saw him at York Hall in November. He gave us a good fight against Frankie Davey over 6 rounds. Lost 59-56, so that was 4 rounds Davey, 1 to Aguirre and 1 drawn. won his first 2 fights actually, then after that picked up the stall and took it over to the away corner. It's something you often see on records. The fighter starts in the home corner, maybe struggles to sell tickets, realises there's a better life to be had.
And now let's welcome
across
to
the
ring from right here, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Abdullah Darkazanli.
So, local fighter making his professional debut. He was a gold medalist at the recent Saudi Nationals in 71 kilos in October, boxing out of the Mike Tyson gym. British boxing fans will recognise those two gentlemen on the left, Bobby Rimmer and Brian Rose. Bobby Rimmer, long-time trainer to many, many good fighters. Brian Rose, who was a British champion outright himself. They're now in charge at the Mike Tyson gym. And it's a tough regime down there. It's a busy regime down there. A lot's been invested in the infrastructure. And the powers that be want to see these fighters come through. And they will come through because there's talent everywhere, isn't there? If you invest in it, then it will come through.
It's all about investment and time. That's all it is. And then, talent. And once you get one good fighter, that's all it takes. Because success breeds success. You learn off the fighters around you more, just as much as the trainers that teach you.
Offering up a silent prayer there as he enters the ring for this professional debut. A night you never forget. Mohamed Alakel is on the main card on Saturday. Ziad Al-Mayouf, we've seen plenty of times. He's here tonight. He'll be feeling the heat here a bit. Darkazanli. Inevitable that he will.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 4 rounds, and it is a international middleweight contest. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA. With Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Bob Arum for Top Rank Incorporated, and Sella in association with Eddie Hearn's Matchroom Boxing and Gold Star Promotions. Along with their great sponsors, Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, New Muraba Development Company, Tawuniya, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, board representatives in attendance, Robin Smith and Robert W. Smith. Timekeeper Jason Booth. When the bell rings, our referee in charge and scoring the contest, Lee Every. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing solid black trunks and weighed in at an even 160 pounds. Coming to us from San Jose, Costa Rica, he has 10 professional bouts to his credit. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jose Aguirre. And his opponent across the ring fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with white and weighed in officially at 157.9 pounds. Tonight, making his professional boxing debut, he hails from right here, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Here is Abdullah Darkazanli.
Boxers, please. Okay, lads, when I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to you both. Good luck.
So here we go, 4 rounds or fewer of middleweight, black and white shorts there for Abdullah Darkazanli on his professional debut. Solid black being worn there by Jose Aguirre.
For the first round,
little feint there to start off from Darkazanli. He'll want to start well and settle nice and quick because there will be nerves here.
Yeah, they will. But all you have to do is just take your time. You don't rush your work. You always think when you have that first pro fight, you want to come out like a lunatic and show everyone what you can do, but you've got time to work into the contest. It's a nice sharp jab.
That was a good start, actually. Through the hook and then the uppercut off the back of it. The hook didn't get through, but the uppercut did.
He keeps his shape well, doesn't he, so far? He's not under no pressure, of course, yet, but still. Hands are nice and high, elbows tucked in tight. Nice little 1-2 again there on the move.
He looks confident.
Yeah.
Those little feints just marshalling Aguirre around the ring, and a good start is crucial against an away corner fighter, because what you don't want is for them to start to fancy it.
Yes. Jab's really good there from Gonzales there. Sharp, accurate, constant as well.
Right.
Even that there touching with the jab, just changing the... Oh, good shot.
That left hand to the body really was a good shot. It got right underneath the elbow.
The angle was fantastic, wasn't it? Ooh, felt that.
You could hear that one around ringside. He manages to drop his right elbow on the left hand that followed it up, but he's going for that body and then switches up top as soon as he just drops those elbows and the gloves reveal the face slightly. This is a really good opening round.
Really intelligent work here, and again, the body shots. So, that right elbow so low, he's off balance, isn't he? Tilting.
Like a ship listing. No, it's been impressive this from Gonzales into the final 30 seconds of round one.
Well, even that little body shot there right in the middle this time. I mean, the thought behind his work is fantastic, isn't it?
Then a nice left hand as he was just backing up and giving a bit of ground to the ropes.
Lovely fast hands.
Just trying to turn that right hand over on the 1-2. The uppercut with the left hand gets through.
Oh, what a start for a professional career. That's fantastic. The thought behind the work, you know, the weight in the shots, the accuracy, just changing angles. That left hook to the body is just fantastic. And look at that. Just the angle of that shot. Those where they lift the diaphragm there, they take the wind right out you. They do. And Aguirre then, he literally had that right arm so low that he was when he was on a tilt. His whole body was on a tilt. Just protecting that right hand side.
Quarters, 10 seconds.
Good kid, isn't he?
Seconds out. Round 2.
He's been stopped once, Jose Aguirre. That was by Ocean Tracy in Dublin. That was in October of this year, and he's going to have to work hard for it if he's going to get it, Gonzales. But he showed some good variety in that opening round as well. And the lead left hand there, interestingly, just manages to push Aguirre straight onto his back. He got his feet tangled up underneath him a little bit, possibly, but again, that's just a sign that there's some physical strength there.
Oh, it's lovely.
He was just pulling back off that, Aguirre, as that left hand landed, and a good job that he was, I think. But there again, he's just tip-tapping up top and then sinks the left hand into the body.
Yeah, he's changing the weight. I mean, really impressive. Really impressive. Again, look at the movement. There's everything about him. It's just so good to watch, isn't it?
I think he definitely does want to try and go after the stoppage here. And the trick really against an away corner fighter is you need to hit them with something that they're not really ready for. You're unlikely to hit them with something that they don't see at all. But if you vary up that power and then you sink one in and they're not quite braced for it like they should be, then you can do some damage, can't you?
And to be fair, that's what he's trying to do, isn't he? He's changing the weight and the tempo of the punches.
Mosquera just walking in, I think he's maybe beginning to think that he needs to be a touch more aggressive here, that might be the best form of defence for him.
Yeah, just got to be careful he doesn't walk onto anything too big, but I think that's the right idea. In that first round, he trying to just stay safe, but he was just a target practice, wasn't it, for Oleksandr?
Just changed the angle there and then flicked out that jab. Didn't travel far, but it travelled quick. Into the final minute of round 2.
He's showing here, being put under a bit of pressure, not with the punching, but with the feet being pushed back. Still being able to effective with the shots. No panic in his work, nice and relaxed. That's nice, but just a nice little step back, coming back with a 1-2.
Looking for the uppercut, didn't quite land it. Speaking to Bobby Rimmer and Brian Rose, last time we were over here, that was mid-October for Artur Beterbiev against Dmitry Bivol, and they're enjoying it out here. It's a different kind of a challenge. Life is different for them, of course, to how it's been for them for so long in the northwest of England, but they're enjoying being around the gym all the time. They're enjoying having really engaged students, I think, too, because they're taking kids from lots of different backgrounds who maybe tried other sports, who've never really had the opportunity to box.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Isn't that boxing all about, though? I mean, we always say about how inclusive our sport is.
And it's a great facility, isn't it, to that gym? It's absolutely massive. I was going to say it's got everything in there you could possibly want, and it has. But the nature of boxing being that's not actually that much stuff, because
no, you don't need a lot.
Yeah, it's the basics, isn't it? It's the basic gear.
The people make the gym, not the equipment.
It's the second half of this fight, scheduled for 4. Oleksandr in the black and white. He's making his professional debut, boxing out of Riyadh, right here in Saudi Arabia, up against Jose Aguirre of Costa Rica.
I think it's been a fantastic debut so far.
Just tucks up there, the uppercut gets through, but other than that, the defence was
Maybe it's had more boisterous, maybe I would say. I wouldn't say like, you know, a bit more.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think so. On reflection, I think so. You look at the way he came in tonight. He was owning it, wasn't he? He was very much the champ. Good right hand to the body there from Oleksandr. Great for these fighters to be part of something like this, to be around operators like that, even if it's just for a few minutes, half a day, just to see how they go about things.
That's better, not giving away too much ground there. Oleksandr shots.
Just trying to put them together now. Nice right hand up the middle. The uppercut got through. Just turning up the heat now, midway through the round.
Lovely left hook to the body there. Fantastic shot. How accurate was he with that little combination there?
But he's in with somebody here in Aguirre who, as we said, has only been stopped once. He can take a shot, whether it's the head or the body.
Some lovely skills he's shown tonight. Even a little feint there, just even to think about doing that at this stage of the fight where he is so dominant.
Good right hand. Into the final minute here. And what's been good about this is that he's kept the pace high all the way through, and he's looking to really up the tempo towards the end. And Aguirre has always been trying to come forward and get something done. He's not just been tucking up all of the time. And with that in mind, I don't think we'll see him in many more, if any more, 4-rounders. Oleksandr, I think they'll probably look to get him up to 6 quick.
Oh, he's way past that already. You can see that. Even there, when he's trying to up the pace and let his hands go, he's thinking about everything he does to make sure he's accurate with the shot. He's hitting on target, clean, and adjusting to the movement as well. I think he's boxed beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Just trying to chop down with that right hand, left hand into the body again there, then a sweet 1-2, there goes the belt. And a good ovation from ringside, and that's a good performance. That is a good performance.
That's as good a debut as you'll find, that is, I think. I think he showed us so much maturity in his work, composure, a variety, thought, everything about him was fantastic. Watch out, we're gonna see this barrage now where he barely misses with a shot. Doesn't rush his work, so he's putting pressure on, he's intensifying his work, but every shot, because there's a little gap between every shot, so that just shows the thought in his work, just making sure he hits the target clean, going down to the body there, right through the middle of the guard. I know it's not having an effect, he's up against a tough opponent, but still, I thought that was just an absolutely fantastic debut. And it's very early to say here, but if this is Saudi Arabian fighters going forward, then they got a lot to look forward to.
Serhii Boharchuk up against Ishmael Davis. Ishmael Davis taking a big test again at short notice against a completely different opponent to the one he had last time.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, our referee in charge, Lee Every, scores the contest 40-36 for your winner. And successful tonight in his professional boxing debut from right here, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Abdullah Gonzales.
a good performance. A really good performance. He's from Syria, I've been told. Joe Gallagher's just dropped me a WhatsApp filling me in on him.
Thank you very much. That was amazing. Let's talk about this debut right here, right in front of your people in your backyard in an amazing event. How does that feel?
It feels great. Before I say anything, I have to say thank you for the King Salman, for the Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and for His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh to bring us, make applause to bring me here and let me make my debut here in Saudi Arabia. It's a big honor for me.
It's an amazing corner, top of the line, and obviously the Mike Tyson gym.
Yes.
A lot of influence, but we got to talk about that left hook. What influences that left hook? Because it was on point.
The right or left hook, man? The left hook.
Yeah.
The right.
The other right.
Yes, the other one. I look so much. I try to be like Canelo. I go to the body, and then we feint and go up to the head. But the opponent had a very good head. He didn't go down. It's a big one.
Yeah, an applause for Jose Aguirre all the way from Costa Rica. Real quick, before I let you go. At this point in time, you were actually appraised by the commentators, by your composure, your maturity. What's next for you when you are your debut and you're showing all these skills?
The next is to make Mike Tyson proud, to make His Excellency also proud. And we are on the road. It's the first step to be inshallah world champion.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
So he came through a trial system at the Mike Tyson gym. 1,000 fighters applied. 30 were selected by Joe Gallagher, who was in charge of the Mike Tyson gym before Bobby Rimmer and Brian Rose. He's been over to Germany, sparred some good fighters, Felix Stern being one of them, for example. And when he won that Saudi national tournament, I mentioned right at the very start of the fight, that netted him $1 million reals, which has allowed him to get married. So he's had quite the year. He's obviously been working terrifically hard, and always good to see talent come through, because we talk about opportunities all the time, don't we, in this sport, and that's taking one. 1,000 people going for a trial, and you're one of 30 to get selected. You've got to really turn it on when it matters, when the right person is watching in that situation.
And even that shows that, you know, sometimes you're just made for stuff, because that's a lot of pressure there, isn't it? And you sort of think, God, I don't fancy this. All these people here, and I got to try and get something. You know, it's almost an insurmountable task. And boxing is sort of that. You know, if you get to the top of the dream, you get to a world title from where most people start, you can't see that path. It doesn't belong. You have to forge it. And the same for that. You know, you've got 1,000 people trying to get to one place. You know, and he gets to the end of the line. That shows a resolve, you know, that he'll need going forward. But what he does have already, as we've seen, is tremendous skills, tremendous composure. You know, he picks, you know, really good variety in his work. I think he has a good boxing brain. Okay, he's going to come up against better opponents, but for your debut, that is fantastic showing. It really is. I was really impressed.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if maybe in February time he gets an outing early on the main card on the 22nd. There's some fighters really jockeying for position to be that number one Saudi pro that people are really going to pin their hopes on, and that's a good situation in itself, because you've already got people vying for that particular title, and more fighters will come through. They'll be encouraged by what they've seen tonight. The other people down at Mike Tyson gym will look at Marcus Hanley and
from Colombia,
feel like if he could do it, so can they.
Jesus Gonzales.
So next fight up, this is another 4-rounder making his way in. Now we've got Jesus Gonzales. Colombian fighter, 3 wins, 4 defeats.
Put your hands up. Come on. Keep your hands up.
Ibrahim Sulaiman.
Way back. Put your hands up. We back again. Keep your hands
saw him actually on that Beterbiev Bivol card, and he was up against the aforementioned Mohamed Alakel, who was making his debut. He lost that one 4 rounds to 0. Last time out he was in Liverpool. Just 12 days ago, he lost a 4-rounder against Alfie Middlemas, who was making his debut.
And now let's welcome to the ring from England, the undefeated Prince Adam Hameed.
Adam Hameed from pretty extraordinary boxing stock, which brings the pressure all of its own. I remember we were both out in Wrocław for the Usyk Dubois fight where he made his pro debut, and he was in a prime slot on the card. They got him an opponent that night who I think it's fair to say was there pretty much to guarantee that nothing went wrong, that he got the win. But from what I hear, he's a good student. He very much wants to be in this. He wants to be a pro boxer. He knows that it's going to take time. He's not trying to compete with his dad, which is wise, but we've liked what we've seen so far.
Yeah, no, I think he's a good boxer. He's got the pressure of the name, of course, and also with that, the opportunity to get on massive bills and to get attention, but also there's a pressure there that he has to, that people think he's going to be as good as his dad, but let him forge his own path. Let's judge him on his own results and his own ability.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 4 rounds, and it is an international super lightweight contest brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Bob Arum for Top Rank Incorporated, and Sella in association with Eddie Hearn's Matchroom Boxing and Gold Star Promotions, along with their great sponsors: Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Numuraba Development Company, Taounia, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, board representatives in attendance: Robin Smith and Robert W. Smith, timekeeper Jason Booth. When the bell rings, our referee in charge and scoring the contest will be Lee Every. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight, out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 142.8 pounds. Coming to us from Sincelejo, Colombia, he brings a professional record of 3 wins with 4 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jesus Gonzales. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing white trunks and weighed in officially at 145.8 pounds. Hailing from Manchester, England, he is undefeated with 4 wins. 2 of those 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Prince Adam Hameed.
Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis in the corner for Adam Hameed, as they will be for Dave Allen on Saturday night.
Okay, lads, when I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to you both. Good luck.
So the next step on the road for him, as the story goes now, as his dad, Prince Nassim, did want him to box, but at 15, 16, he decided that he needed to do it, Adam, and his father in the end relented and allowed him to. And that's quite a familiar story, actually, with boxing dads. None of them ever really want their sons to do it, but they hit a point where they recognise that they're going to, and you may as well get behind it.
There's not one thing of boxing in my house, except that I'm boxing on the TV all the time. You don't want your son to do it, or daughter to do it. But you have to let your kids, make their own path, don't you? It's a nice fast start here from Hameed.
In that southpaw stance, just moving Gonzales into the blue corner and then letting his hands go. That was a neat one too, just caught him on the move there, Gonzales, as he was skirting across the ropes.
Nice left hand there, nice and long.
Gonzales gesturing that one was round the back of the head. I think it was pretty much on the ear.
Good if I'm Hameed, he's using that front foot to put pressure here on Gonzales, but not getting too close, so he can hold on or fire back. Again, to see it there, that left hand and leaning back, making him miss. He looks better than the last time already, doesn't he?
He does, he really does. I couldn't find any evidence of it on BoxRec, but I saw pictures of him boxing out in Libya recently. I'm sure I did. So they're trying to keep him as active as they can. That would have been a good experience as well, much like this, going away from home.
Yeah. Again, all that's coping with pressure, isn't it? No unexpected things.
Switches orthodox just after he landed a lead uppercut, and then goes back to southpaw again now, heading into the final minute of round one.
Just important with as he's increasing the pressure and the intensity, that he doesn't close that gap too much. He needs to punch it, keep it long before he gets his opponent hurt. If he gets the opportunity then to get him hurt, then you maybe can close the gap a bit more and get a bit more weight in your shots. But keeping that distance here, coming forwards, that's going to be his friend. Using those attributes and a long reach, fast hands.
Just trying to measure the distance there with that lead hand for that left. Landed it nicely there, just snakes it right through the middle, and fancied that he made a dent there, I think, because he's looking to really step on Gonzales now. Uppercut gets through again here. Closing 20 seconds of round one. Chops down on the right hand nicely there too.
That was good. He didn't hit it. It was a good idea to shot through the middle from Hameed. Jab.
Good first round, kept the tempo high from the start.
That was so much better than when I saw him the last time. So much better. Massive improvement. Kept the pressure on him, but again, maintained that distance so that he could come back to hurt him. And then when Gonzales did try to be a little bit adventurous, he took a little half a step and then immediately made him pay by coming back for the second phase of attack.
Well, the last time we saw him was at the workouts on the Riyadh season card at Wembley. The AJ Dubois week, where he won all 4 rounds against Santiago Garces.
But here he's come up, he hasn't rushed his work, but he's come up really positive, looking to make an impression, looking to hurt Gonzales, and I think he did a few times there. See there, Gonzales almost dipping the knees there of Gonzales, but Gonzales did well to stay in, but the accuracy there of Hameed was really good. That was a really good first round for him.
Round 2.
And it stands taking up position right in the middle of the front row, opposite us. He causes a stir everywhere he goes, Nassim. He's still got that kind of star quality to him.
Something else, wasn't he?
Just managing to back Gonzales up to the ropes, move him around, get him into the corner without doing too much. But Gonzales doesn't look too uncomfortable. Hameed reckoned or fancied that he'd hurt him a little bit towards the end of that first round. You could tell by the way that he pursued him. That's a decent looking left hand, but he's not giving much away here, Gonzales. Or at least he's trying not to.
Yeah. That'll just be a little bit of variety will open up that tight defence there of Gonzales. Shot. It's good that he's just thinking about his work.
cuffs with that straight left hand, right hook.
Good feet there from Hameed when Gonzales tried to be a little bit adventurous, but he shut it down there by taking a little step back.
Just pops out a left-hand lead that gets through. Not much on it, but it landed. It's the final minute of round 2.
Just put his punches together up here now, Hameed, rather than single shots, just throwing up in 2s and then up at the 3s.
Good combination there, just snapped the head back of Gonzales as he was backpedaling. What's been impressive in this round is he's completely controlled this, and Gonzales has, I don't think he's landed on him at all. He's controlled the distance a lot of the time without really throwing all that much.
No, well, he's so much bigger than Gonzales for a start that he can intimidate him with his size. But it's the control of the distance by not getting by the wide stance, front foot in the centre of your stance, but leaning back, sitting back a little bit on that back foot, and it's not on Gonzales to even want to try and advance.
That was a solid straight left hand, just stepped in and threw it down the middle. So 2 to go. They're scheduled for 4. And one more fight after this as well. There he is, the great man. Retired over 20 years ago, now well over 20 years actually. I went to his final fight, and we didn't know it was going to be his final fight at the time, but he had that performance against Marco Antonio Barrera, which gets rewritten a bit sometimes. I think he was beaten that night.
He was beaten, but it wasn't a landslide.
No,
10 seconds. Not at all. And he got beat by a great fighter, by the way.
Seconds out.
Naz was an absolutely phenomenal talent. A phenomenal fighter, a great world champion.
And ended his career with not just the titles, but a very healthy bank balance, and with his health, he got out at the top, didn't he? And not many people do it.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. And his hands, that's what done him in the end. Just he hit so hard for the little guy, his hands couldn't cope with it. That's good movement there from Hameed. It's been business-like, hasn't it, from him?
It has. That's a really good word to describe it, because he's picked his punches, particularly in that second round, and continuing to do so in the third round, and giving his opponent absolutely nothing. He could maybe be a bit more expansive, but he's choosing to keep it tight, isn't he?
Yeah, you know I think he could up the pace, and I think he still can, and maybe he still should, but I mean, he's also limiting the mistakes that he's going to make. You know, you start being more adventurous, you rush your work a little bit and allow things to happen to you from your opponent. Oh, lovely uppercut.
Good combination. As Gonzales looked to get forward, he just took that little half step, gave himself some room, and caught him on the way forward.
Again, there, just a little step back, just takes everything away from Gonzales.
Measured that left hand well, as Lopez just dipped off to his right hand side. Heading into the final minute of round 3. Zastad just asking him to just click through those gears a bit. I think we'll probably see him do that in the fourth and final round, maybe towards the end of this round as well, but certainly in that final 3 minutes.
Because he hasn't really seen Gonzales panic, has he yet, or be really seriously hurt to really want to put his foot to the pedal. And because he hasn't made a mistake yet, Hameed, I'm liking the way he's approaching it.
Balance went a little bit there for Gonzales as he staggered back towards the ropes into the final 30 seconds of this third round. 1 to go after this.
Nice shot.
just disguised it slightly with the lead hand, or hid it.
And he turned the hand over on.
Lovely right hand there, and that has got him going, and the referee has jumped in and picked up the count. I thought for a second there that he was going to jump in and stop it. His balance isn't really there, but the bell's gone, so he doesn't really have to demonstrate his fitness to continue. He just has to get back to his feet, which is exactly what he's done. But he got caught by the right hand, and you could see the legs go, couldn't you? And if that hadn't been right at the end of the round, then he might have been able to close the show there, Hameed.
Yeah, I think if that was 15 seconds earlier, this fight would be over for sure. That was a lovely right hook, and maybe hit him on the temple because his legs went like jelly, didn't they? And then a little one, you're going to see it now, hopefully here, there. A little tip in the legs from having a good look. Oh no, it's right on the chin, right on the button. It's a lovely shot. And then that straight right hand through the middle as well. Sickening shot there from Hameed. He did well to get up there from Gonzales. Look at that, just thrown the glove. He didn't see it, did he? To be fair to Hameed, he jumped on him straight away, didn't he? He'd seen the third jump right on him. A nice little two-shot combination to make sure he did hit the floor.
For the fourth and final round.
So he's put that dent in him at the end of the third, and now I think he'll go after him in this remaining 3 minutes.
He doesn't have to rush, but also he can allow him time to recover.
And the corner of Gonzales, I think, want him to be a little bit more aggressive. That's a good lead right hand, a kind of up jab coming in there from Hameed, and the referee jumps in and stops the fight, and he looks a little bit bemused there, Gonzales, and I don't blame him, to be honest, because I know he's 3 rounds down, and he's been knocked down at the end of that previous round, and he can't win the fight. He hasn't really come here necessarily to win the fight. His job is to get through, and I think the referee could have given him a bit more of a chance there, although I understand why he did it.
I understand what he did. He preempted what was going to happen, hasn't he? A little bit there, I think, the referee, which is understandable. And also he's taking into account how unsteady he was in his legs when he went back to the corner. But I still think he was probably should have deserved it, maybe a little bit more. It's hard to say it. A few more punches to hit the target before he stepped in. It was that one there that he knocked his head back. By the way, the referee's got the better view than all of us. So once he sees the head go back, I think he thought that's enough for me.
Again, I thought nice, accurate, stinging shots, aren't they?
Yeah, he is accurate with his work, isn't he? I thought that was a good performance. I think that's his best performance by far. I think he's dictated the pace. He understands the judgment of the distance now better than he did in previous contests. He's keeping it nice and long, and he's up in the work rate. And also, he's being the bully, which is good. He's a much bigger guy, and he's using it. And it looked like that was going to go the distance, and he turned it off. He turned it on its head with a lovely hook.
Next step on the road for Moses Itauma against Dempsey McKean on Saturday. At some point, Itauma is going to run into some adversity. It hasn't happened yet, but it will. It's in the post. Will it be Saturday? We'll have to wait and see.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 26 seconds of round number 4. Our referee in charge, Lee Every, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Prince Adam Hameed.
So Hameed with another win, and that was a good, tidy performance. He didn't give anything away, minimised the errors, was nice and accurate, nice and economical. And as you say, he got the stoppage because if he hadn't hurt him like he did at the end of the third round, then the referee wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I thought it was a controlled display. I think he controlled everything, but also he controlled the tempo, and he didn't get too... When he landed some good shots, he didn't rush his work or get too excited. He just did everything nice and neat. Good professional performance, that was. And that's a real... I think that's a real improvement in everything about his making.
Training team just having a few photos. Sonny Edwards up in the ring there with him as well. It was a bit of a gap between his first and second pro performances, August 2023 then to July this year, but they've got him a few fights in the second half of this year, which is good to see, and they'll be looking to continue that into 2025.
Let's now welcome to the ring from Colombia, John Henry Mosquera.
I've seen quite a bit of John Henry Mosquera in the last few months. Against Sam Hickey at the Copper Box a few weeks ago, against Joel Kodua in Barnsley back in August, and then at York Hall a few weeks ago as well against Freddie Cole Butcher. He got a draw in that fight. Freddie Cole Butcher, young fighter making his debut, was put down early, had to really dig it out to get back into the fight and get himself the draw. Mosquera knows his way around the ring. Absolutely he does. Only been stopped the once when he retired with a hand injury.
And now let's welcome to the ring from England, Chris Congo.
Look how far we can. Look how far we can.
And the last time we saw Chris Congo was on the workouts at Wembley Arena. Joshua Dubois week where he got a comfortable win against Jacob Quinn. Before that, his last really meaningful fight, that was in March this year at the O2 on the Fabio Wardley Fraser Clark undercard against Florian Marku. Big fight for him, and he really turned it on. Gave a very good performance, a career best performance to win clearly over the 10 rounds, and he desperately needed that because he'd come up short against Michael McKinson and Echo Esserman. No shame in either of those defeats, but he was just tottering on the brink of being that guy who, when he got the big opportunity, couldn't quite take it, but he did it against Marku. He's ticking over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds, and it is an international super welterweight contest. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA. With Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Bob Arum for Top Rank Incorporated, and Sella in association with Eddie Hearn's Matchroom Boxing and Gold Star Promotions, along with their great sponsors: Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, Numu Raba Development Company, Tawuniya, Lucia Motors, and Al Tanfidi. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, board representatives in attendance, Robin Smith and Robert W. Smith. Timekeeper, Jason Booth. When the bell rings, our referee in charge and scoring this contest will be Bob Williams. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black, red, and gold, and weighed in officially at 159.2 pounds. Hailing from Cali, Colombia, he is a veteran of 26 professional bouts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Henry Mosquera. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with orange and weighed in officially at 158.1 pounds. Hailing from London, England, he has a professional record of 16 wins, 2 defeats, with 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Chris Congo.
Top off first. Get your top off. Get your top off first. Okay, lads. obey my commands. In the event of a knockdown, the fighter standing will go to the furthest neutral corner and stay there. Protect yourself at all times. Touch glove. Off you go, guys.
So they're scheduled for 6 at super welterweight. Congo is a welterweight, but this being a 6-round tick over, as we mentioned, set at super welter, largely due to Mosquera.
For the first round.
He's a terrific Nick Congo, he always is. I've wondered how he's managed to make it down to welterweight for such a long time, but he's very professional. He never strays far above the weight. He is always ready to take opportunities when the phone rings, because he knows that he's in that kind of category of fighter. And when he met Michael McKinson, Barry, which was one we both covered, it was coined really as the meeting of the presidents of the Who Needs Him Club. It was one of those fights, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, you know. But Congo has all the attributes to be a really good fighter, hasn't he? He got fast hands, good balance, you know, decent power. Everything about him, you know, screams a good fighter. He just needs the opportunities to come back. And you were right what you were saying. You know, he looked like he was going to be that fighter who, just when he got the opportunity to really make a dent, he just couldn't quite get over the line. And that's sometimes about timing and luck. But against Marku, even though he was in London, he was the away fighter, because Marku sold so many tickets. And he, you know, I thought he was the favourite, just stylistically, but Marku's big, strong, and tough, and he literally, you know, he dominated. And as you said, this is, realistically, this is a mark time fight for him, just to keep busy, and obviously, you know, just to get his name out there. If you put on a good performance, they might invite him back, and you know how it goes over here. It's very important to look as good as you can. But make no bones about it, he's a championship sort of fighter, Chris Congo.
Spent time up on Team GB when he was an amateur. He's got good, sharp technical skills, always has had. Now training with Barry Smith, was with Jim McDonnell for a spell.
Good jab.
Right hand into the body and then looks for the left. Mosquera just trying to tuck up. He does give you a bit of body when he does that. He's got the guard protecting the head. There's a bit of room in behind the elbows.
That's the jab. That's the dictates everything for him, doesn't it? The jab. It's the key for all his success.
Final few seconds of round one.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 2.
So Congo looking to build here on what was a good solid opening round. There's a big gulf between these two in terms of ability, isn't there? And Congo just needs to make absolutely sure that at no point does he give Mosquera any encouragement. He doesn't want to give anything away, be reckless. These are not things that he is, but you just don't want to make any kind of error.
You're right, but I also sort of disagree with you, because I think because he's so dominant, I think Mosquera would just stay in his box. Do you know what I mean? He's not going to give you anything. I think if you can try and encourage him, because at the minute this is just going to be, every round's going to be the same here. Congo just landing with the jab, 1-2 down the middle, nothing really hitting clean because Mosquera just clenching him tight with that guard. And because Congo is not that really aggressive fighter with raw power, he's not going to take any silly risks, and rightfully so, then he's not going to really make a dent. So you've got to try and get him out of his shell somehow.
I guess it depends really what your end game is for this kind of fight, what you really want out of it. If you're happy to have essentially a 6-round spar and just assert your dominance and get through it, make sure you don't pick up any injuries or cuts or head clashes, then you just do what he's doing. But as you say, if you want to try and get a stoppage, then you probably got to try and fool him a bit.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but like that, as you were alluding to, or pretty much said, there's danger that you invite too much and you get more than what you ask for.
Looking for the body, Mosquera just steps back, shakes out that left hand. That right to the body from Congo has been almost around the hip at times.
I think just to change that jab, he throws the jab, maybe just turn it, just screw it at the end, just a little screw shot at the end. Just disguise it, and that when you've got a guard like that, like a real conventional high guard, now just split the gloves open.
Into the final minute of round 2. Mosquera just trying to close in there and let the left hand go, but got too close, if anything.
Yeah, that's better there from Cont. Nice there. You went through the jab, flipped on with the left hook, and right hand through the guard. Mosquera knows you can't get near him, doesn't he? And that was a worry. With that, he knows you can't get near him. He's not going to try.
Closing seconds of round 2. Spent most of his career in the UK. Mosquera won his first 4 fights. They were all in Colombia, and all of them since then have been in the United Kingdom, apart from one which has been in Ireland.
See there, Congo he's going through the motions, doing all the right stuff. But just Mosquera just not giving him any target that really hit clean.
Seconds out. Round 3.
Sácale el jab al menos. Suelta las manos, que te está viendo el refe y vamos. Eso es.
Yeah, a bit of ambition there from Mosquera.
Just trying to let that right hand go a bit, then gets close and tries to get hold of Congo. Just dips his knees and looks for that right down the middle into the body there, Congo. Mosquera's got that guard up. As I said previously, he does offer you some body, but there he just leans in, hunches up and does a better job of protecting everything from the belt up to the forehead.
And that's where you've got to change the angle of the punch, a little screw shot through the middle, even if you just take a little step to the side and throw that uppercut right through the guard, just trying to break it open. Then gives you opportunity then to work away. That's a good right hand there from Congo.
doubled up the jab and then looked to really sink that one in.
Just got that front foot a bit closer, didn't he? Just like when he throws that one, I just think to double up with that right hand. Just go again with the same shot.
Up and down with the jab, lands to the head and then goes down to the stomach. Mosquera's not being wildly ambitious, is he? He's not offering too much back. I think he's happy enough to get through the 6 here.
Yeah.
Just navigating it like this, really.
And also, Congo's not giving him anything either, is he? You know, just every time he moves, Mosquera just takes a little step back. Congo, that's better.
Nearly up at the halfway stage, it's scheduled for 6. Again, there's that right hand. And the referee telling him to keep that one up. He's looked to really place that very deliberately just above the belt. As I said previously, almost around about the hip. And landing on the hip again, take some of these legs away. In the 6-round fight, it's probably not going to make too much of a difference, but it's been interesting where he's been looking to land it.
He's had everything in his own way, hasn't he? He's dominated everything. You know, he's working on the jab really well. Tried to work on the body with a straight shot, jab into the body quite effectively. And in that round, then threw a few uppercuts through the middle. So he's doing nothing wrong. But I mean, he's not going to make a dent in Mosquera unless you either really put the pressure on and take that risk, or we'll just hope to catch him in those moments where he's trying to be a bit ambitious. You catch him coming forward, but they're fleeting moments, aren't they?
Corners, 10 seconds.
So halfway through this, it's scheduled for 6. So he's negotiated the first half of the fight. Here's John Henry Mosquera without too much trouble. He's not really looked hurt at any point. Congo has completely dominated the fight, and he will do that in the second half of the contest. Also, as we mentioned at the start, there is a big gap between these two in terms of ability.
That was nice there for Congo. Just a little feint before he threw that jab. Just a little stutter step, then the combination go.
Jab just been caught on the gloves there by Mosquera.
Right, step back, stop boxing, stop boxing. Come on, get on with it.
He's running out of patience, Bob Williams.
Yeah.
I think he wants to see a little bit more from John Henry Mosquera, but at the same time I can completely understand why he's slightly reluctant to show us too much, because I think he feels that should he open up, then he'll pay for it, and he's probably right.
Yeah, I think he is. I'm pretty certain he is. A good right hand there from Congo. Just a change of the angle, wasn't it? Just over the left glove, rather than down the middle. Good again there from Congo. There was a cut there, isn't there? Mosquera's right eye.
On the right eye, it's starting to bleed. Blood seems to be going clear of the eye, so I don't think it's too much of a problem for Mosquera, but he'll look to try and cover it up. Maybe that'll just encourage Congo to just put phases of attacks together, because that's what he's going to need to do, I think, if he's going to make some kind of a dent here. Bob Williams has already spoken to Mosquera about the need to be a little bit more proactive here. So if Congo were to get on top of him and just keep going at him and going at him and going at him, go through the phases and there's nothing coming back, he may well stop it, because he's that kind of a referee.
Yeah. Good left hook there from Congo, and look at this response here from Mosquera.
So Mosquera, for the first time, just looked to set his feet and really let his hands go there, which was interesting. Good jab there from Congo. Try to attend to that cut there. You can see it on the corner of the eye. It's quite wide, but it's not all that deep, I don't think.
Nice bit of work there from Congo, just thinking of the jab and whipping that left hook over the top of that. Woke up Mosquera, and that was the first time we've seen a bit of real ambition from him. It didn't last long, unfortunately. And Congo was back in the driving seat pretty soon after this, wasn't he?
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 5.
Come on, then, get out.
So into the fifth. Chris Congo in those black, orange and white shorts with the fur down the sides and at the bottom, and Mosquera in the red, black and yellow split skirt. And it's Congo who's been on the top from the start. It's what we expected. He's an accomplished fighter. He's boxed at a good level. He's got very orthodox skills. And Mosquera, apart from that flurry towards the end of the previous round, hasn't really opened up too much. Springs off the ropes there and throws a right hand.
And that'll help Congo, obviously. I know there'll be maybe space there, but he can go to work.
I think Mosquera just recognising that with the referee getting on his case slightly, what he needs to do is every now and again just give us a flurry. And it makes your opponent think too.
Yeah, and also with the cuts as well. The reason for the referee maybe to step in if it were to get any worse. No, a good shot there from Congo. Right to the body was a good shot.
And then just looked to land the left hook off the back of it. Mosquera knew that one was coming and just rocked back his right shoelace. Bootlace has come undone, Mosquera. I think the referee will probably get that attended to shortly.
Good bit of steady pressure here from Chris Congo.
Good right hand, just in round the back of the glove again.
Just showing a little bit more of the target, isn't he, Mosquera? And Congo taking advantage of that. This may be where he can just up the gears a little bit now, Chris Congo.
This final minute of the round here, I think he could possibly make a dent, because he's just beginning to come apart a little bit here, Mosquera. He's not shown too much sign of damage up until this point, but his punching is crisp, Congo. He's landed some good shots to the body, up top as well, and there just comes that tipping point in a fight where it starts to have an effect. And we could be there now into the final 30 seconds of round 5. And Mosquera just grabbing hold at the end of the round there. Has made it through another one. One to go here. And I wonder, will we see Congo not go for broke exactly, but just really up the tempo in the final 3 minutes. So it would be good to see that. There's no reason not to do it.
No, there's not, except for making a mistake, getting caught. That's the only thing. And I think the way he operates, I don't think he'll go too gung-ho with his approach, but I think he can be a little bit more proactive, go through the gears a bit more, put punches together in combinations a little more effectively, and still be relatively safe after he does it. Because I think you're right, though, he has frayed it with the edge, hasn't he, Mosquera, in certainly that last round. So there are more gaps for him to exploit it, Chris Congo. He just done what he had to do, hasn't he, so far? Now he's boxed nice and neat. He's been the aggressor all the time without taking any silly risks.
For the 6th and final round.
Mosquera taking every bit of time on his stool, and the referee's coming over here, and they are tying up that shoelace. They waited until right at the end of the minute's break before they attended to the shoelace, just to nick a few more seconds. That's what an experienced corner does. And Mosquera, I think he's not looking at that finish line with any kind of desperation, but I think he's keyed on it now, because I think he knows that he's beginning to feel some of this work from Congo, and that if Congo really gives it to him in this final round, it could get rough.
Yeah, he sort of shut up shop for most of the fight, doesn't he? But not for Mosquera. No, it's just, it really is just hands high, elbows tucked in, as he's done throughout most of the contest, and don't catch anything too clean there, Chris Congo. What's a bit of work there from Congo?
Mosquera just stooping in with a jab to the body. We said at the start that he knows his way around the ring, and that has been borne out by this performance, because it's a high calibre of opponent that he's in with here in Chris Congo.
And he knows that, and that's why he's been void of ambition, hasn't he? Through most of the contest. Good right hand there from Congo again.
Just past the halfway stage of round 6, and Congo just pursuing his man here. Mosquera using the outside of the ring, skirting across the ropes, just trying to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, I would like to see him let his hands go now, Congo. Minute left.
So, final minute. Little feint there from Congo still, then plants the jab.
Again, that little feint. Working well for him.
Plenty of encouragement from the Mosquera corner, just keeping him going here right up until the end.
Yeah, that's good footwork, isn't it?
And he's going to make his way through to the end again here, Mosquera. As I said at the start, he's only fallen short of that once in his career, and that was due to a hand injury, so he's never been properly stopped. And you can see why. So there goes the bell. Good performance from Chris Congo. Looked everything that he is, which is a really well-disciplined, well-drilled boxer. Comes in good condition always.
Yeah, and he got good discipline. He's nice and neat, isn't he, with his work? So yeah, so, what do you expect? This is what you expect, isn't it? He's not gonna, unless Mosquera really comes to have a go, and then he gives you an opportunity. He hasn't got the raw power, or that mindset to want to try and walk right through you, is he? But I think he boxed well. Listen, he's up against nothing. He got the workout. That's what he got the workout. Chris Congo there. He did what he had to do.
He did, and after that win against Marco back at the end of March, he he would have really wanted, obviously. Probably expected another big fight before the end of the year. It's not happened, but he's managed to get out on a good stage at Wembley Arena, AJ Dubois week in September, and he's done it again here. That main event coming on Saturday night is just absolutely sensational. The rematch, which does promise, I think, to deliver what we saw in the first one in terms of drama and quality, maybe in a slightly different way, who knows, but it's an absolutely mouth-watering clash.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, our referee in charge, Bob Williams, scores the contest 60-54 for your winner, Chris Congo.
So Chris Congo gets it 6 rounds to 0, which won't be the most difficult scorecard that Bob Williams has ever filled in his life, but that's not to denigrate John Henry Mosquera at all, because he's an away corner fighter. He would have taken this at short notice, just like pretty much everybody has on the card. And he made his way through that 6 rounds against a good fighter in Congo, who, as Barry said, did what he needed to do in there. It was unlikely when you saw the match that it was going to be spectacular. And that concludes our fights for the evening. Hope you've enjoyed it, everybody. We will catch you again tomorrow for the press conference.